all wish to thank Miss Cheryl Arp, for her 8 years of service to the city clerk's office and congratulate her on her retirement. Well earned, well deserved. You'll be missed, Cheryl. Thank you for all your work and involvement in the city of Birmingham. And last but not least, as a tradition, we sing a happy birthday and we do offer coffee and cookies, but unfortunately during this unprecedented time that we're running our meeting through Zoom, what we can do is at least wish you, Commissioner Hoff, many happy and healthy years to come your way. Happy birthday, Commissioner Hoff.
Thank you.
Tonight, we have, I do have a proclamation, and we have a recognition to our city manager, Mr. Joe Valentine. And I'd like to take a moment and read the proclamation. Proclamation, whereas the city of Birmingham values the commitment and dedication of its employees and the many contributions they make to enhance the quality of life in Birmingham. And whereas Joe Valentine began his career with the city in 1996, and whereas during the past 24 years, Mr. Valentine has served in 8 different positions of increasing responsibility, including management specialist, human resources director, and assistant city manager. And whereas Mr. Valentine was named city manager in July 2014 and served with honor, diligence, and integrity in this capacity for 6 years, departing to pursue new opportunity in December 2020. And whereas during his years of distinguished service, Mr. Valentine demonstrated his dedication to the city of Birmingham and its citizens through his leadership, professional skills, commitment of time and energy, and admirable character. And whereas Mr. Valentine and his wife Sarah are raising their 3 children in Birmingham and are active, involved citizens in this community. Now, therefore, the Birmingham City Commission extends its appreciation and gratitude to Mr. Valentine and wishes to recognize him for his tireless efforts and numerous contributions to the city of Birmingham by dedicating a park bench on City Hall property in his honor. We wish him all the best in his future endeavors. Eric, do you mind sharing the screen where that bench, it's a small token that we can give Mr. Valentine, that where this bench will be located on Henrietta Street, south of the, pretty much the main entrance of the City Hall, on the east side of the building, facing Shane Park. I want to take the time to thank the committee that had really put a lot of effort in this, committee that was appointed by us and was formed by Commissioner Hoff and Mayor Pro Tem Long, but it extended also the hand from our director, Lauren Wood of DPS, and also our city clerk, Alex Bingham. I want to thank you all for this nice gesture, nice words, and nice efforts. Well put. Mr. Valentine, we're going to miss you. You will be a great asset to wherever you're going. This is the least we can say. We can't thank you enough. The proclamation and the words that the committee had prepared summarized it all. No further words. The least we say, it's just the better for us, because you were really going to miss you, Joe. Commissioner Hall.
Yes, I just wanted to add, the bench will be dedicated in the spring. And so we're hoping to have some type of little dedication ceremony when the bench is placed on the pad. And that's on the west side of the building facing Shane Park.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoff, for all you've done too on that committee. All right, Mr. Valentine, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Boutros. Thank you, Mayor Boutros. I appreciate that. I'm very humbled and honored by the contributions of the commission. Let me just first again start by thanking the committee for their efforts and their involvement in putting this together, as well as the commission for their support. It is truly an honor to be recognized in this fashion. It's hard to believe I've completed a career that spans nearly a quarter of a century, involving, as you indicated, 8 different positions in the city over this tenure. I've been incredibly fortunate to have had so many opportunities to serve this great community, and I've learned so much. As a community, we're so lucky to have so many talented individuals working in support of the city, and I've had the privilege of working with dozens of elected officials, hundreds of staff members, and thousands of residents and community stakeholders that have all contributed to the success this community shares. I'd specifically like to acknowledge a few of the many. First, I'd like to thank and acknowledge former Mayor and Commissioner Coco Seward, whose encouragement to look at Birmingham for opportunities turned into a career. Thank you, Mayor Dimples. I'd also like to thank and acknowledge former City Manager Tom Marcus and Assistant City Manager Dan Schulte for sharing their wisdom with me over the years. I'd also like to acknowledge City Attorney Tim Currier, who, as a leader in his field, I've had the privilege of working with during the duration of my career. While I have degrees from state universities, I feel I've supplemented my education here in working and graduating from the Tom Marcus School of Government, the Mark Nikita School of Urban Planning, and the Stuart Sherman School of Municipal Finance. I appreciate all their input over the years. I'd further like to acknowledge our dedicated and hardworking staff that keep this operation running with their time and efforts. Specifically, I'd like to thank and acknowledge my management team as leaders in their respective fields and their commitment to this city. I'd also like to thank and acknowledge my wife, Sarah, for all her support along the way. With so many nights of receiving text messages requesting if I'm coming home for dinner or not, I do appreciate all her support during those long nights and long weeks. Again, I'd like to thank the commission for this honor. I do truly appreciate it. It's been a wonderful career here in Birmingham, and I'm pleased to leave the city on a strong footing and positioned for continued success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Valentine. With that, we go to our appointments. And the first appointment, we have appointment for Cable Board, and we have Mr. Jim Cleary for applying as a regular member to serve a 3-year term that expired March 30th, 2022. Mr. Cleary, are you with us?
I am.
All right, go ahead, tell us about you and why you wish to continue and being on the board.
Well, a couple of months ago, I guess back just before the COVID-19 situation came up, I attempted or applied for the Parks and Recreation. At that time, it didn't work out. That's fine. But I said I'd be, you asked it, or I guess everyone asked if I'd be interested in another position. And I would. I want to help out if I can. And that's it, really, to be honest with you. And I know that the Cable Board, I know Elaine McLean, and I think that'd be a good fit. And I look forward to it if I can. Great.
Great, thank you, Mr. Cleary. Any questions from the commissioners to Mr. Cleary? None? Thank you, Mr. Cleary. Commissioner Host?
I'd like to nominate Jim Cleary for the appointment, serving a 3-year term expiring March 30, 2022 on our cable board.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Host. We have a nomination. Mayor Pro Tem Long.
Second?
Oh,
Oh,
we don't-
sorry, no second.
Yes.
Excuse me.
All right. No further comments. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawk,
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes, thank you, Alex. Now we move to our second appointment for Advisory Parking Committee. And we have Miss Mary Claire Petkoff. And I believe she's applying for the alternate to serve the remainder of a 3-year term to expire September 4th, 2023. And she's applying as a resident because she does not qualify for the first one as a regular member, that she must be a restaurant owner. So I do believe then that this is for the alternate to serve the remainder of 3 years to 2023 as a resident. Miss Mary Claire Petkoff, the floor is yours. Please tell us about yourself and why you're interested.
Thank you, Mayor Boutros. I've been a Birmingham resident for the past 4 years. I absolutely love the city. I am planning to raise my family here. I live in Poppleton and I work in downtown Birmingham at Williams, Ratner and Plunkett, which is a law firm downtown. My family also owns a business in downtown Birmingham. I park in the North Old Woodward parking garage every day when I come to work, and I'm also a frequent patron of all of Birmingham's shops and restaurants. So I understand the unique challenges that Birmingham faces in its parking. And, you know, I just would really love to help the city. I would love to help it grow, and I would love to help the parking system grow with it. I'd also like to help, you know, residents and other downtown employees to, you know, help alleviate their concerns with parking, as, you know, I have experienced all those concerns myself.
Thank you, Ms. Petkoff. Commissioners, any question for Ms. Petkoff? Seeing Commissioner Baller. Yes, go ahead.
Hi, Mrs. Petkoff. I have a couple questions. If you don't mind, I'm curious what business your family owns.
They own Conifer Insurance, which is an insurance company. It's at the corner of Maple and Southfield.
Okay, okay. My next question is about your employment, and your firm frequently appears before the city at
Yes.
various boards, planning board, advisory parking committee, city commission, on parking related issues. I'd be curious as to your take on that, and whether you feel like you will be able to, whether you would intend to make decisions on matters that are brought by your firm to the city?
No, so my plan would be to recuse myself if a matter was brought by a member of my firm before the advisory parking committee. You know, I am applying as an alternate, so, you know, there would be other members, obviously, who could vote. And, you know, I am looking really to help the city of Birmingham and the community, rather than, you know, to provide any advantage to my firm in those matters.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the commissioners to Ms. Petkoff? Mayor Pro Tem Lung.
I have the same concern about Ms. Petkoff potentially being conflicted by the amount of business that her firm does with the city as far as parking matters. There's been several in recent memory. And although you are applying as an alternate, since the committee isn't fully constituted at this point, you would be, called upon, I think, fairly regularly. And I'm just wondering whether perhaps the city manager or Mr. Courier can comment. Have we investigated before or gotten an opinion with an advisory opinion from the ethics board about whether this would constitute a conflict?
To the extent we've looked at this in the past, if her firm is representing a client that comes before her board, she must disclose the conflict and absent from voting. So.
And I would plan to do that, of course, if I was to be appointed as a
That's
member.
not a very common thing we've done, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you.
Commissioner Baller.
Yeah, one more quick question. What is your specialty in law?
I do a lot of things. I'm an associate, so really it's what comes across my desk. Anything from family law to civil litigation. I do some real estate work, but primarily I focus on family law and litigation. But I have done some work in the past on land use and zoning matters. So, to the extent that I have done that work, I do think I have some skills that could be put to use if I was appointed as a member. But I would not say that that's my primary focus as, in my work.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Sherman.
I will nominate Ms. Petkoff for the alternate position.
Okay. Commissioner Host, do you have a comment?
Yes, I do. First off, I have, since the vote last week that put Mr. Black on this committee, I have had remorse for 2 weeks. And the reason is, as much as I like that the Mary Claire and everybody lives in Birmingham, I just have a real problem with the potential conflict of interest. And in saying that, Mary Claire, it has nothing to do with your credentials and the firm, which is wonderful. Everybody I know there is wonderful. It's just the conflict that I have a problem with. And as such, I can't go, support you tonight, but it's only because of the conflict.
Okay. Will the clerk please call the roll? We have a nomination for Ms. Petkoff. You're muted, Alex.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
No.
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes. Congratulations, Ms. Petkoff. Thank you for your interest in making a difference and sitting on the board. The clerk will touch base with you to coordinate a time to swear you in.
Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful evening.
You too.
Okay, with that, we go to our next item on the agenda. It's open to the public for matters not on the agenda. Do I see any public? I do not see any hand. All right, we move on to our consent agenda. All items listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion and approved by a roll call vote. There'll be no separate discussion of the items unless a commissioner or citizen so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the general order of business and considered under the last item of new business. Commissioners, Commissioner Hoff, would you like to pull an item?
3. Yes, 3, please. E, J, and K.
E, J, and K by Commissioner Hoff. Mayor Pro Tem Long.
Item D.
Okay, any other items need to be pulled by any other commissioners? Seeing none? Any items need to be pulled by the public? I don't see any hand. We'll bring it back. Would like to entertain a motion. Commissioner Host,
I'd like to move the consent agenda without items D, item E, item J, and item K.
a second, please.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Hoff. Will the clerk, we have a motion and seconded. Before we take the roll call. See none from the public. Seeing none. Will the clerk call the roll, please?
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff,
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes, thank you, Alex. Something as you pulled three of them that would like you to proceed now, or
Yes.
go ahead, Commissioner Hoff. Let's go with,
The first one I pulled is E, and that has to do with providing water service to a residence that is on Abbey Road, but is officially within Bloomfield Township. And my question on this is, what has this homeowner been doing for water until now? Who pays for the construction? And where is this work going to be done? Is it in the street or on their property?
that Mr. Zurhai. Can you answer that, please? Here we go.
All right, needed to get unmuted. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Commissioner Huff. Yes, currently the homeowner is on a well, and their well is failing, and Bloomfield Township does not have a water main on the adjoining street. Their property, their driveway exits out onto Abbey, so they use Abbey as the front of their house, and the water main is on the north side of the road, so the connection would be made in the Greenbelt area between the road and their property line.
Did that answer your question, Commissioner Hall?
Well, if I could just go on a little bit. So up until now, they've been using the well on their property, but it's failing. So now they are looking to tap into a water main.
Yeah.
Okay, so who will pay for this construction?
The homeowner will pay 100% for the construction and any city fees, permit fees and costs for the construction.
And then they'll pay their water bill to the city of Birmingham.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. That's all I wanted to know. And unless anyone has any other questions, I will move the suggested resolution to approve the intergovernmental water services agreement.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Nikita. Any comment from the commissioners? From the public? None? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Hoff,
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes, thank you. Commissioner Hoff, go ahead with item J.
Item J has to do with the franchise agreement with WOW. And I just wanted to be certain, I think, that this has been clarified, but there are two letters, one from WOW and one that Mr. Courier sent from Byra Howlett. In one, WOW said that they are not paying any PEG fees. And in Mr. Courier's letter, they are agreeing to pay 2% in PEG fees in addition to the 5% franchise fee. So since the letters are in conflict, I'd like to know what is being paid. What will Birmingham collect?
Mr. Courier, would you like to comment on that?
Yes, I would. WOW has been paying a 5% franchise fee since its inception, as well as a 3% PEG fee until the law was changed. That's been reduced to 2%. The letter that was sent by WOW was an error. I think it was a form letter from some other community where they don't charge those fees. That was the misunderstanding. I have called WOW, left several messages, they've not returned the call. but they currently are paying 5% for franchise fees and 2% for PEG fees. And they've had ever since they were back being Americast before they turned into WOW.
So they're aware of this and they will continue to pay those fees.
Yes, they will.
Okay.
It's the same thing they're paying to the other communities in the Birmingham Area Cable Board Consortium. Beverly Hills, Bingham, Franklin, and Birmingham.
Okay. As long as that is established and they agree to it, I mean, because their letter says something different, but I understand. I will move the suggested resolution.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Host. I see Commissioner Baller has a comment. We have a motion and seconded by Commissioner Host. Go ahead, Commissioner Baller. What do you comment?
Not sure I saw in here that the cable board has reviewed this.
Cable Board is aware of it, Commissioner Ballard. I brought to the attention of Elaine McLean, the chairperson, and it was a subject matter of discussion in our last meeting, which was last Wednesday. And I've alerted the other communities, Franklin, Birmingham, and Beverly Hills.
So I'm sorry, that was slightly equivocal. Did they review it and approve it?
I don't know if they have approved it yet. I have spoken to Tom Ryan, the village attorney for Beverly Hills, and provided him the material that we had, so he knows how we're proceeding. Chris Wilson, the manager of Beverly Hills, gave Mr. Ryan my name and provided a copy of what they received. All 4 franchise agreements are expiring on the same day, same time, and we have a time frame we have to respond to, which is the first letter is the notice that their application is complete, which is 15 business days. They have a total of 28 days to approve it. One of the things that cable companies do is they send these things out without any franchise fees or PEG fees identified in the document. And if you get past that 28 days, you end up with 0. That's why it's important to pass it and put those numbers in there.
And certainly we knew about this.
No.
I mean, it's a 10-year agreement. Did we not anticipate that they would want to renew the 10-year agreement?
We have a 10-year agreement prior to this one, and this is the second 10-year agreement. They didn't notify us until recently that they wanted to renew it. They were going on a month-to-month basis.
Wait, the existing 10-year agreement has long expired?
I don't know how long it will expire, but it has expired, yes.
Okay, I'll just say that, you know, I don't understand these things and I'm being asked to vote on them, and it's being brought to us on a very tight deadline. In other words, we must do it tonight. And I'm voting on something I don't understand. And I don't even know what questions to ask other than I'm curious about the term, 10 years. We're dealing with technology. These days, technology is, you know, and maybe this is the right thing to do. Maybe it could be 20 years. Maybe it could be 50 years. Maybe it should only be 2 years. I don't know. I don't know what the pros and cons are. And I don't feel like I have any choice here. And it's just like, and it may not matter, but I don't know. I don't know. Then it bugs me. I think we should have, I think if there was any way, and it's hard for me to believe that there wasn't some way for this to have been brought to us before the last minute. So I don't know. Am I allowed to abstain from things like this where I'm clueless?
No, you don't have a conflict, sir.
You don't have to support it, Commissioner Baller. Commissioner Sherman.
Just by way of information, the previous contract expired in August of 2020. So it expired 4 months ago. So they've been operating on a month-to-month. And as far as our abilities to object to various terms, unfortunately, our hands are tied in a lot of these things because of the Michigan Public Service Commission and the rules that they've promulgated. Whether we like it or not, those are the rules we have to operate under, and we don't have a lot of control. With the cable companies, what I've learned over the years, it's pretty much they make an offer for the least that they can get away with, and our choice is to accept it or tell them they can't do business here. And the second way gets us probably in front of the Public Service Commission with an issue with the cable companies. So I would just just move it along and move on to the next item.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Valentine want to add something, but go ahead, Mr. Valentine.
Thank you, Mayor. Just as we don't see these all that often, just for a bit of education, as Mr. Courier and Commissioner Sherman had indicated, the process by which we enter into these agreements had changed several years ago with these uniform franchise agreements, meaning that they're uniform throughout the state. And the limitation we have for modifying them is really limited to the areas of the franchise fee and the PEG fees that are paid to us. The rest of these documents are uniformed in nature by statute, I believe, and Mr. Courier can correct me on that, and that they were limited in what we can change on those. So to the point of, if you want to continue with the services that are being provided by these providers, you have to engage in these templated agreements. So there's very limited modifications that we're able to make with these agreements. So to your point about could things be changed, very limited. It is really regulated to the amounts that they pay us, and the rest of those terms are pretty much uniform. Thank you.
The manager is correct, Mayor, in what he states. This is a statutorily created form. It's the uniform franchise agreement. The only thing we have to deal with is the franchise fee and the PEG fee. And if you don't adopt it, it leaves it, they always submit them blank. When it's blank, it's zero. And you have this, and if you don't approve it with us inserting the numbers, then it gets approved automatically, but as of the way they submitted it.
Thank you for the clarification. Commissioner Baller, with your last comment.
What if we unanimously rejected it? Sorry. Are they allowed to continue to do business here, or would they have to cease doing business here?
There's no authority in the statute to just reject it, Commissioner Baller. They submit it, we have to fill it in. If we don't fill it in, it's automatically accepted by statute.
All right. Any other comments from the commissioners? From the public? Seeing none, will the clerk call the roll, please?
Your host,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawk,
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor,
No.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes. Okay, last item pulled by Commissioner Hoff, item K. Go ahead, Commissioner Hoff.
This has to do with the Public Arts Board sculpture call for entry. First, I pulled this because I want to recognize the Public Arts Board for the excellent package that they put together. I thought the visuals were beautiful. I thought everything was explained very clearly to support the call for public art. So I think that it's a wonderful idea and a very good package. I have a couple of specific questions. What they're proposing is 5 new works of art, 2 to go in parks, Poppleton Park and Linden Park, and then 3 at Terminating Vistas. I saw in the pictures that one of these Terminating Vistas is an electrical box. My question is, what about the others? Are there electrical boxes there? And if there aren't, what is the thinking now on the artistic approach to the electrical boxes in downtown?
We believe we have Mr. Brooks Cohen with us. Go ahead, Mr. Cohen.
Good evening, everyone. Is my audio working?
Yes.
Sounds good. So with the 3 Terminating Vistas recommended in the call for entry, the one at Northwood Woodward and Hamilton Avenue includes the electrical box. And while coordinating with the various art associations or people indicating interest, we want to communicate, yeah, we want some type of design around that with some kind of sculpture on top. And then the other 2, they are looking for sculptures. Public Arts Board has been waiting for the West Maple construction to be completed. And within those plans included a sculpture base pad in front of Anthropology at the intersection of Henrietta and West Maple. And so Right now, there's what I believe a 6x6 foot pad, so they'll be looking for a smaller sculpture there. It's indicated in the MKSK conceptual designs that were approved as well. I believe I put that in the call for entry packet. And then for the third terminating vista south of 555, they are also looking for a sculpture to replace what used to be the red Chupi by Mark DeSuvro that was about 15 to 20 feet in height, but it was removed last fall. So I think they're looking for a smaller sculpture on West Maple and then a larger one to be indicative of the gateway to the city and a terminating vista at that the green space south of 555.
Okay, so there's only one that's an electrical box?
Correct.
Okay, and also, it's my understanding that each work of art comes before the city commission for approval. Is that correct?
Correct. The Public Arts Board will be vetting applications, make recommendations, and then those will go to city commission to be finalized.
Okay. With those responses, I'd like to move the suggested resolution.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Host. I do have a question, comment on the motion. Commissioner Baller?
Yeah. Say that these sites, several of these sites appear to have been prepared for this already. Is that right? Did I come through okay?
Yes.
Yes.
We had discussed at an earlier meeting site number 3 at the electrical box, and it was proposed that that be painted like crayons. I expressed my opinion that that block is historic, number 1, that it's already cluttered, number 2, and that our goal should be to unclutter it and restore as much of the historic nature as possible. I don't support. Let me first ask, did I hear you say that you not only plan to paint that box, but put a sculpture on top of it?
I believe that they, upon listening to the comments from City Commission on the Cranbox proposal for the electrical box, I think they're saying, okay, well, we've gotten some questions regarding, more sculpture or kind of decorative boxes to go around it. Within the Terminating Vista report that came to commission, there were some examples of ways of cities have provided some kind of casing around it that was a bit more decorative than a green box. And so I think Public Arts Board would be vetting different applications to make sure that it seems to go in line with what's been discussed. And so I think in the Terminating Vista report, public utilities and electrical boxes came up. And so I think they want to guide people towards that report and some of the examples that are in there.
Okay, I will just say that I would support all but number 3. I would support this if we swapped out number 3 for another one. I mean, I just think painted Birmingham green, it sort of goes away. It's not cluttered. I generally accept the opinions of our boards, and in this case, I have to disagree. And there's so many other places that we can be doing this sort of thing that would be my opinion. So to the extent that any of my colleagues here are willing to redo the that number 3, that's what I would support.
I would agree that I wasn't aware that we had accepted all of the recommendations in the Terminating Vistas report that came before us previously, where we encouraged any activity on that electrical box. I think that it would be perhaps disingenuous to go out to the artistic community and ask them for all sorts of ideas that reflect the examples in that report when we weren't necessarily all enthusiastic about the examples that were provided for that electrical box in the Terminating Vistas report.
Commissioner Nikita? Oh, did you have your hand?
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
I think that there's been a lot of discussion about this, the Terminating Vista, and the idea that we have now, placed essentially a very functional box that really shouldn't be in a highlighted location. It should be in a location that's more diminished, and that's the way that this has turned out. That I think we should, essentially we're looking to identify ways of making the best of what I would consider to be an unfortunate situation. So I'm completely open to allowing the Arts Board to take a creative look at any opportunity to do something that's sensitive to our downtown, sensitive to our artistic environment and our creative environment, and our opportunities to enhance that whole collective, the downtown, as well as our selection of artwork, and allow that to come forth. I have no idea what options there may be. I know the option of having a utility box in one of the most prominent locations in our downtown is unfortunate, and I clearly would like to see something much better than just leaving it there. It looks like a mistake, and we've spent $12 million on street improvements on Old Woodward and Maple over the last couple of years, and I'd surely like it to be as positive as possible. So I would let the Arts Board and the creative community be creative and come up with a solution that would enhance our downtown. So I'm completely in support of the report. I think it was very, very well done, and I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of opportunities that we may see. And I wouldn't, at this point, without knowing anything about what might happen, I think it's irresponsible for us to say we shouldn't be allowing the creativity to come forth. So I would say let's support them and support the report and let it move forward.
Any other comments? I personally believe, I echo Commissioner Nikita's comment. I believe seeing something from the Art Board's creativity and not making a rush decision now without knowing what how to correct a huge mistake that happened in the past. I believe it's worthwhile exploring the issue. I'm very full support of this myself. Commissioner Hoff.
I also want to add that this isn't the final decision.
Correct.
Because
Correct.
it will come back to the commission. And if the proposal is something that is so objectionable, we don't have to accept it. So I think that this isn't the end all tonight. We're just approving the overall concept of the 5 locations and that they are going to go out for entries.
Correct. It can bring, to add Commissioner Hoff's comment, it can bring some great ideas, but it might not be satisfactory to us and we don't go anywhere. But at least we explore the ideas. I believe it's a good thing to support personally. With that, any other comment from the commissioners? From the public? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Hoff,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes, thank you, Alex. With that, we go to the last item pulled on the agenda by Mayor Pro Tem Long, item D.
Thank you, Mayor Boutros. I pulled this item because I had a question just about city policy. In the RFP for this, the roof replacement at the Adams Station, Adams Fire Station, the scope of the work specifies that we wanted the Carlisle SureSeal black adhered roofing system installed. And I wondered whether the city, not for this job, obviously, because the bid is going to be accepted, but going forward, do we consider asking for more environmentally sustainable options, such as, a white reflective roof, which absorbs less energy and heat and is better environmentally for the long term? And what was the decision behind asking for black?
Go ahead. Mr. Valentine would like to answer that. Go ahead. Go ahead, Joe. Sorry,
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'll have to get back to you on that in terms of whether we were just matching the existing spec on the replacement, or if there was some modification being made with this specification. Unfortunately, I don't have that information this evening, but I can get that back to you.
Thank you. I just think that going forward, when we have the opportunity, we ought to investigate, the price differentials and options for things for more environmentally responsible choices.
Commissioner Baller?
So when you say you're going to get back to us, does that mean we should approve this, or we should delay approving it until you get back to us?
It all depends on you guys. Mayor Pro Tem Long?
I would ask that the city investigate those choices going forward. At this point, the bidder has responded to an RFP that we wrote that specified black. So
Mr. Valentine, I believe the direction is to bring it back to us with no action tonight.
No, I think she's saying go ahead.
no.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Okay.
Yes, I'm just saying that the RFP specified black. That's not the bidder's responsibility.
Awesome.
I would just like going forward that we should consider that the RFP might ask for other options.
All right. Awesome. Would you like to move it, Mayor Pro Tem Long?
Yes, I move the suggested resolution for D to approve the contract with Royal West Roofing and Sheet Metal in the amount not to exceed $71,300.
Awesome. Any
Support.
seconded by Commissioner Hoff? Any comment on the motion by the commissioners? See none. By the public? See none. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff,
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes. Thanks, Alex. We move on to unfinished business. We have item A. We have a public hearing. I'd like to open the public hearing for a lot combination of 34350 Woodward Avenue and 907-911 Haynes Street. I do believe we received a communication by the representative of the property, Mr. Jason Canvasser. And are you with us, Mr. Canvasser? Here we go. Hello, Mr. Canvasser. Go ahead and elaborate on your ask, please, so we can see what we can do next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, and good evening to the members of the commission. Jason Canvasser on behalf of the applicant. We were here a couple weeks ago where we asked for an adjournment in order to provide this commission with additional information. We did submit a supplemental letter. It's my understanding that that letter may not have been distributed to the commission until today. So as a preliminary matter, we wanted to make sure that the commission had time to review it, analyze it, and be in a position to ask questions in regards to the information we provided in our supplement. In addition, talking to Mr. Valentine today, there are a number of moving pieces relative to these parcels, including, for example, the Worth Street realignment project, and depending on what happens there, that may run right through the Haynes property. And so we were hoping that we could get an adjournment to January 25th to not only serve to allow the commission time to review the application, but we'd also ask that the commission direct the city manager's office to meet with us so that we could talk about different options and try to work on both short-term and long-term plans as we look to the current and the future master plan.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Canvasser. Commissioner, I do believe, as we heard from Mr. Canvasser, he's asking us to postpone to a certain date of January 25th. If the commissioner should agree to that, I'll entertain a motion of postponing the public hearing to January 25th. Commissioner Host, are you raising your hand? Would you like?
Yes, I'll make a motion that we postpone this public hearing until January 25th, 2021.
Okay, a second, please.
I'll second it.
Go ahead, Commissioner Sherman.
I'm a little concerned about postponing this only until January 25th, as the petitioners asked for a conversation with the city manager. And as I'm sure they're aware, we're going to have a change in city manager as of January 1st. That doesn't give the new city manager a whole lot of time to do everything that he has to do in other areas and refamiliarize himself with the city and deal with this issue. I would think that we may want to move this into February to give him a little bit more time.
On to that.
Mr. Canvasser, what would you like to say? I'm sorry.
Sure. I addressed that fact with Mr. Valentine and with Mr. Lavery today, and certainly understand the fact that there's a transition and getting everybody up to speed. There is an issue relative to Porsche and the need to have plans and move things along with Porsche. And so while we did talk about moving things into February, Mr. Lavery was opposed to it just due to the time constraints and the ongoing dialogue with Porsche and the need to have firm plans set pretty soon.
Very valid concern, Commissioner Sherman. I believe the client is aware of it, obviously, and they're willing to.
Well, I'm not so, I mean, yes, I'm concerned about the client, but I'm also concerned about the city being able to actually address the issues that the petitioner is raising here and do so in an efficient manner with knowledge of the circumstances. So it's kind of putting the city under the gun here just because the petitioner is under the gun.
Commissioner Baller?
Yeah, I kind of agree. I think that I actually think this is a matter that we might consider activating and engaging the Corridor Improvement Authority on. That group has existed for a long time and could be the perfect vehicle for working with the administration in talking. I think I read today and read all of this, a suggestion that you sit down with the city manager and actually have a conversation to try to negotiate or work out something that would, you know, satisfy everybody. Now, there's too little of that going on, and I hope that the city manager has the time to do it as soon as possible, and I hope that he can engage the Corridor Improvement Authority on it. But I do think it has to be done on our time, not the petitioner's time. So I agree.
And I would just note, we've been trying to talk to the city. In fact, we did have conversations at the beginning of the whole COVID pandemic. So this isn't, you know, a new effort to start a dialogue with the city.
I understand that. And I didn't mean to suggest there's never been any conversation at all. I just think that a conversation that reaches an outcome that can then be brought to us where everyone seems to agree is much better than a situation where it's clearly you're at odds with our staff's recommendation and making assertions that our staff doesn't have the legal authority to make those recommendations. And so it's starting to get a little messy, and it shouldn't get messy here. The messiness should happen somewhere else.
Commissioners, any other comments? We have a motion, a certain date of January 25th, and seconded. Commissioner Hoff?
Well, but the motion, what Mr. Canvasser asked for was not only a change to a specific date, he asked that a meeting be set up with staff to discuss what the city plans are or how they can work together. And I don't know if the city has specific plans. We have a triangle plan. We have some thoughts on what may be done in the future, but I don't know if the city is at the point to be specific. And maybe I'd ask Mr. Valentine, can the city meet with Mr. Canvasser and his client and have some specifics?
Yes, but Commissioner Hoff, in his email and request, Mr. Canvasser had put January 25th as a date. That's why I said January 25th, but I'll give the floor to Mr. Valentine to answer your question, whether it is enough time to prepare or if the city should be under pressure doing so. Mr. Valentine, go ahead with your comment, please.
Thank you, Mayor. There's no question, there's tight timeframes on everyone here. And in discussions with the attorney this afternoon and Mr. Lavery, the concerns that they've expressed, which I think have evolved over time, given the actions of the city moving forward with its master plan and some of the discussions that have come from that, that are now being looked at for that area in conjunction with what already exists with our triangle corridor plan. The discussion is, how do you incorporate these plans in with what they want to do in a way that it serves as a mutually beneficial opportunity. And the only way you can implement these types of initiatives in our plans, where for property that we do not own, is to have these engagements with these property owners to try to accomplish those objectives we set forth in those plans. With the changes that have occurred now with the master plan, I think there's an overlying layer to this that has evolved since January that now I think has to be discussed with regard to the long-term application of what happens with these properties. So in the discussion we had today, there's obviously the short-term approach in terms of what they're asking for. And then there's the long-term approach in terms of what should be developed here on a permanent basis. Those conversations need to evolve some. And I would agree that, you know, it probably would take normally longer than 1 month to get there. Unfortunately, with some of the commitments that Mr. Lavery has with the Porsche dealership, he was pretty stern about trying to get this done before February, not after, given some capital outlay that he has or will be responsible for if the project doesn't go ahead is pretty significant. So the timeline is short. It's short on everybody's part. The intention is to start that dialogue as soon as possible. I know it's awkward on both fronts, but the opportunity here is to look at the short-term requests that they're making, but also the long-term plans that they have for this entire area and those long-term plans that the city has for this area. So starting that conversation, you know, it's not going to hurt. It's easy for me to say in the month because it's Mr. Marcus who's going to be involved in those conversations. But I think that's a good first step to at least move this forward and see what can come out of this by January 25th, to see if there's an opportunity to advance these efforts to meet our objectives and our master plan and their desire for the property in the long term. So it's an opportunity that I think doesn't hurt to have that conversation and come back by the 25th to see what we're able to accomplish.
Thank you, Mr. Valentine. Okay. Did that answer your question, Commissioner Hoff?
Yes.
Awesome. All right, commissioners. It's the lesser of the two evils, I think, here. There's no perfect situation, but I guess we'll wrap this up by more comments if there's any from the commissioners. Commissioner Nikita.
I would just, yeah, I'm not quite sure where this will go in basically 3 weeks. Given the beginning of the year, by the time we get back after the holidays, and then we have to be prepared for the end of the month. That's basically 3 weeks and a new city commissioner. I'd say it's a heavy lift to do this. I'm all in favor of attempting something, but I think that there are a lot of components to this that are concerning. One is that right now the proposal that's being put forth hasn't been supported, and it's largely because it's incongruent with the overall planning for the general area. And it's essentially extending a surface parking lot from what we now have as a surface parking lot, and it's now extending it. That's completely incongruent with the general goals of the city overall, the commercial districts overall, and surely the Triangle District and the master plan for the Triangle District. And it doesn't necessarily any relation, as the letter that we got on Friday, late Friday. The letter refers to connecting to the overall master plan, which is a completely different level of interaction, because we don't know, we don't have an overall master plan completed yet. So there are a lot of moving parts to this. There's nothing really definitive. And it seems like in 3 weeks, we would have to come to some agreement that whatever is being proposed is in the best interest of the city and aligns with our general planning goals, and has some level of support by planning staff, maybe planning board, and the city commission, for us to align with an agreement, all of which I think are pretty heavy lifts in 3 weeks. So if we want to try to have a discussion on the 25th, and in the meantime, meet with the new city manager and see what kind of magic can come out of it. But I'd say it's a very big challenge. But I'm open for that discussion. But I would say that I'm based on all of what I know at the moment, I would say it's a very difficult thing to come to a conclusion in 3 weeks.
I do not have the January calendar in front of me. Commissioner Sherman, you suggesting the first week of February, as I heard, the first meeting in
Yes.
January? Is that, would that delay it a couple weeks, kind of, exactly? If it's every other Monday? I don't have the calendar, like I said, in front of me.
I'm also figuring we have the long-range planning meeting in January also.
Correct.
So you have that issue. You've got the new city manager getting up to speed, getting the long-range planning agenda together and getting that out. And there are a lot of balls in the air. So I would like this to be just past that.
Commissioner Baller?
If we schedule it for the 25th,
That was the motion made for January 25th. I'm sorry, you break it, Commissioner Baller. Did you guys hear him? I didn't.
Sorry. No, my internet connection is unstable, even though every time I check it, it's fine. If
You just cut out.
and we're ready, can we then continue it to the next meeting? Okay, I'm sorry.
If I understood, you were fading in and out, that if we do the hearing January 25th, can we continue the dialogue and we don't have to take any action for the following meeting? Is that what you asked, Commissioner Baller? Yes, you can.
So I would support the motion.
Okay. Commissioner, any other comments? No? Public, any other comment on the motion? I don't see a hand. Do you, Eric? No? Okay, will the clerk call the roll, please, for January 25th hearing? You're muted, Alex.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman,
No.
Commissioner Baller,
Yes,
Commissioner Hoff,
yes, yes,
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes. Okay, public hearing is postponed till January 25th of 2021. I will see you then, Mr. Canvasser. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, have a wonderful night.
You too.
We do have a item B under unfinished business is a resolution to deny the request by the Pearl to be included in the parking assessment district, or a resolution to set a public hearing to consider the request to be included in the parking assessment district by the Pearl. And I do believe we have a representative, Mr. Is it McGregory, I think, with us. And we received a second communication from him requesting to set the public hearing. But go ahead if you'd like to elaborate a little bit more, Mr. McGregor.
It's Ms. McGregor.
Oh, Miss, sorry,
yeah.
yeah.
Anyway,
You're right. Go ahead.
we're asking to adjourn this matter to a future date so that we can gather all of the information that we need to present to the commission regarding the request. We're unlike the last presentation, we're not fixated on a particular date. So we would just ask that it be put out into the future and that to allow more time to gather the information that we need to gather to present.
Okay, so with no certain date, is that what you're requesting, Ms.?
Correct.
Okay, for future date. Commissioners, any question for Ms. McGregor? Can I, Ms. McGregor, when we do actually set a hearing, would that be feasible to do a date of January 11? Or pick January 11?
I'm not sure. I can't give you a definitive answer about that. If that's the date that the commission would like to set, then, I mean, by all means, if you're looking for agenda items for that date, we will do our best to get the information gathered and put together.
Just for sake of clarity, I do believe Mr. Cohen's email to us, Brooks, that's why I said the date. It reads that he heard from you and you prefer to have the hearing on January 11, 2021. Mr. Cohen, would you like to elaborate on that?
Right, I spoke with an associate, Rick Ratner, that works with McGregor, and the staff recommended January 11th. The Pearl has a tenant going to the planning board January 27th for a special land use permit hearing, and therefore having the parking issues decided upon by city commission would help with the report that goes to the planning board on the 27th. So Mr. Ratner agreed January 11th would work.
Yeah, but I also, Mr. Cohen, just for the clarity for my fellow commissioners to make a decision here, your email stated that you believe that this would be more advantageous for one of the building's tenants of Fruition who has a slump hearing with the planning board on January 27. If the hearing for the parking assessment district is held January 11, the city commission decision on the parking assessment district can be included in the planning board packet agenda, which would go out on Friday, January 22nd.
Correct.
So that's where it's important for the commissioners to know these dates so they can make a wise decision whether they want to leave it open or whether they want to move it to a set date of January 11. But I appreciate it. Just want to we're on the same page, correct?
Well, I would just add that if Brooks Cowan has had a conversation with Rick Ratner and he said the 11th, then I would support that it be placed on the 11th.
Okay, well, let us bring it back to the commission. I appreciate it. I just want to give some clarity to the discussion first. Thank you so much, Ms. McGregor, and thank you, Brooks. Commissioner Baller, go ahead with your comment.
Yeah, this application raises a topic that I think deserves some focus from us. Birmingham apparently has a legal framework for the assessment of downtown property owners for the construction, maintenance, and use of the 5 parking decks. And I'm sure there is a long history to that. And there are plenty of documents that govern how these assessments are made or were made or should be made. There are several properties been added over the years. And we are frequently discussing the stresses to which our parking system is subject. So with the turnover on the commission and at City Hall, and with our city attorney, I think it would make sense for our city attorney to spearhead, let's say, an investigation into the topic. I think we need to be on a track to a better and more thorough understanding of this. And so before I'm comfortable reviewing the Pearls application, I'd like to have a better understanding of the history, of the legal framework, and the potential of what we seem to commonly refer to as the parking assessment district.
We can entertain a motion, further discussion for date or future date. Commissioner Sherman.
This was brought in front of us a number of weeks ago, requesting the inclusion of spots that were in front of this building as part of their parking count. And the commission at that time suggested that the applicant attempt to get into the parking system so that they didn't have this issue and could lease the building to the tenants that they had preliminary lease to, which exceeded the parking that they had built the building for. Now they're coming because they have gone to the advisory parking committee, and the advisory parking committee has said, no, they can't be part of the parking assessment district. And they're coming back and saying, we really want to be part of the parking assessment district. Can we have a public hearing to make that determination? At this point, I think we should set a public hearing, make that decision as far as whether we include them into their parking, into the parking assessment district or not. We can gather the information, whether it be from the city attorney, from the advisory parking committee, from the engineering department, from wherever that information is, so that we can review it, analyze it, and make a determination as to what to do. Whether January 11th provides sufficient time to do that, I don't know. I would defer that to the city manager to determine if the information that Commissioner Ballard has requested can be developed within that time period or gathered. As long as it is, let's set the public hearing and move this forward, make a decision, and so this property owner can make some decisions also.
Go ahead, Mr. Valentine.
Yeah, if you're looking at the date of January 11th, I believe we could pull together the information on the history of the parking assessment district as it exists. I believe that's what's being recommended or requested, and I believe we could have that available for that meeting.
Okay, that said, Commissioner Ballard, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna maybe amend what I said, because I probably tied my desire to have that information prior to making a decision on the Pearl. On further reflection, I'm not 100% sure I need all that information in order to make a decision on the Pearl, but I do have a very strong desire for that information. So I don't know if that makes sense. I don't want to put pressure on the city administration to come up with that, because I think in order to make this decision about the Pearl, because it's not about the Pearl. I don't want that information so that I can make a decision about the Pearl. I think I can make a decision about the Pearl without it, but I really want that information so that I can understand what we're up against when one of these things comes before us, and what it's all about and how we can use it going forward.
Clear.
So does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah, and I apologize.
No worries. All right, commissioners, We need a motion with the date. Any person would like to entertain it, Commissioner Waller?
Yeah, I'll move to do it on January 11th.
Public hearing to
Second.
January 11th, seconded by Commissioner Host. Okay, Commissioner Sherman, you wanted to say something?
I
Okay,
was going to make the motion, so we're all set.
awesome. All right, with that, any comment on the motion by the commissioners? None? By the public on the motion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Mr. Baylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff,
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes, thank you, Alex. With that, we go to third item under unfinished business, item C. We have a resolution to authorize 10 plots sold. Don't want to go into the details. I do. Do we have a representative from the city? Alex, you?
Mhm.
So if we can do maybe split the C under A and B because we have and or and. So, but go ahead with your explanation, Alex.
Okay, so at the last city commission, Greenwood Cemetery Board had their recommendation to release 50 graves for the city commission's review. And then subsequently, since that was not passed, they were looking for more information, more specifics on where the available graves were. Leslie and I started doing some research, and then we ended up also finding that there's a little bit of lag in reporting of records. So we were able to get that cleared up and get on board and do some training with the clerk's office. Leslie Pilak from the museum was very helpful. And we also had lots of meetings with Sherry Arcombe to just get on board and get on the same page. So once we improved our communication and record keeping methods, we did find there was a discrepancy, and from here on out, that won't be any issue with our future reporting of cemetery grave plot availability. But since we got caught up on records and have the new maps available to give a better visual of what we have available and what we can release, between Leslie and I, we were able to come up with 2 solutions that hopefully would appease your needs and also meet the needs of residents in Birmingham that are looking to have services and a place in Greenwood Cemetery. So if you look at the 2 resolutions, it's to take care of the 10 plots that were sold above the number that was previously released, and then to release 24 plots in Section C. That will give the Greenwood Cemetery Board enough time to reevaluate and give even more advice to the commission for future release of graves. And then the second resolution is the same to cover the graves that were sold above the limit that was previously permitted, and then to release an additional 40, and those would be unspecified. And I know that you were looking at is one section more sensitive to another. Sherry Arcombe assured us that all of the available plots in section B and C are pretty much equivalent, but and they are all adjacent to historic lots, which are the large rectangles on the map in white. And section C is a lot smaller than section B. But if you do want to work from what is perceived as to be the youngest historic to the oldest historic, we could work backwards from C to B, or any of those plots, as Sherry has informed Leslie and I, are equally as equivalent in regards to historical and things like that.
Thank you, Alex.
And if you would like, I can screen share the maps with you or anything like that.
Let's wait for the questions, Alex, and then maybe you might have to. Commissioners, questions for Alex? Commissioner Hoff, go ahead, please.
Well, my concern is now we're finding out, last meeting we found out that 1 grave was sold over the amount we approved. Now we find out that 11 plots have been sold who makes these decisions? How is this being done when the commission approved 240, now we're at 251? Who makes the decision? Well, it doesn't matter that what was approved, we have more to sell. You know what I think one of the biggest problems is that we have had such a transition in staff who have been working on the cemetery. And that I think has been a big problem. It started out with Laura and Sherilyn and then Tiffany and now Alex and Leslie. And I think everyone is very well intentioned, but this is very complicated. And in looking at the past minutes, there has not been any consensus from the commission to keep selling plots in B and C. The only one consistent person has been the contractor through the whole thing since 2015. And it would be very important to be able to ask the contractor some of these questions.
She's with us, Ms. Hoff, Ms. Sherry Arcombe. If you'd like to comment or answer, Commissioner Hoff.
Okay. I wasn't aware of that.
I wasn't aware of that either. When I spoke with her earlier today, she said that she had a prior commitment. Are you sure you see her online, Mayor Boutros?
Yeah.
She's here.
Here we go. Ms. Arcombe, can you hear me?
I can, sir. Thank you.
All right, we can hear you. Go ahead. Did you hear the question?
Yes, I did hear the question. I do agree with Commissioner Hoff that the one constant has been Sherry Arcombe, whether that's been under Elmwood or through my company Creative Collaborations. I have been the one constant, so she is correct in that. And I do agree with her also that, you know, there has been turnover. There hasn't been solid consistency in the clerk's office, so that has created some confusion. Absolutely, she is not wrong in that. I think that Alex and Leslie have worked really hard in a very short amount of time to get caught up and to know all of these pieces. From what I understand from speaking with Leslie, they've really taken their time and gone back through the history of 2015 and read all those meeting minutes and really brought themselves up to date, so that when we've had the many meetings that Alex referenced, they had really good questions. They weren't just sitting there saying, explain this to us. They understood those pieces and they were asking those pieces. I can tell you all that it has never been the contractor's role to count those graves, what has been approved or not approved for sale. That has never been the contractor's role. So quite frankly, when Leslie brought it up to me, when Alex actually sent me an email after your last meeting, I was like, I'm sorry, but I didn't know that this was unauthorized. I didn't know that we had reached this point. You know, I had no clue. And at that point, both Leslie and Alex instructed me to stop the sale of any future grave sales until we got this under control and everybody had an understanding. You know, there are new commissioners on board that were not there in 2015. Some people may have played a role in, you know, just the public demonstrations. I know Commissioner Hoff was there when we went out to the cemetery and we showed sections B and C and what it would look like with the flush headstones, and you know what effect it would really take on sections B and C and what it wouldn't take, you know, to give everybody a visual of what that would look like. So I do agree with Commissioner Hoff that, you know, there's been some turnover. I have been the constant, you know, quite frankly, I have been with the cemetery since 2012, and I have gotten to know the city of Birmingham and the participants and the citizens and the funeral directors very well, and it's near and dear to my heart. So that's kind of the evolution of where we're at and where we are today. You know, if you choose not to go forward and you want to save these graves for whatever reason you guys want to, you don't have to sell any more graves. I don't think that's financially going to get you to where you want to be. But if that's what you guys choose, that's what you choose. A lot of times this becomes an emotional thing for a lot of people for historic reasons, you know, death. And when you're talking about the history of Birmingham, it can be emotional. So I understand that if you guys don't want to go forward and sell any graves, that's fine. For me as your contractor, and I can communicate that. I've already communicated with the funeral directors to let them know that there's a moratorium on sales, and they have communicated to the families in that time that have inquired about Greenwood as well. And I've kept in close contact with the funeral directors to determine if there are any issues or any problems with that at this time.
Thank you, Sarkomi. All right, Commissioner Hoff, I believe, go ahead, continue with your comment and questions.
I'm not in favor of stopping the sale of grave sites if there are sites available. I have been supportive, and I don't really know the reason why we haven't done the exploration with the ground penetrating radar to determine where there are spots available. Back in 2015, there were 530 potential grave plots, and we've sold 251. So where are the rest? And they were in sections B, C, D, K, L, and O. So my thought is, if there are other areas so that we are not putting new graves between the oldest ones, and especially the historic areas, that I would much prefer that. But you know, years ago, there were no spots available. I was on a waiting list for many years. There were just no spots available. We thought everything was sold. But then it turned out there were 530 potential graves, and Miss Arcone called everyone on the list. And that's how a lot of the ones that are that have been sold, the 251, many of them were people on the list who bought in B and C, which are flush markers between the historic graves. So I'm not at all in favor of not selling, but just in exploring, where do we actually have room and spots that can be sold?
Would you like me to comment?
If you'd like to, Ms. Arcone, go ahead.
So Commissioner Hoff is not incorrect. So there were a little over 500 graves that we determined, Elmwood, as I was representing Elmwood at the time, in 2012 and 13 that we identified that were available. And when the commission gave permission for the sale of graves on August 15th, I'm sorry, in August in 2015, they gave permission for all other graves to be sold, but there was a limit on the spaces in B and C. And it was because at the time, my recollection, and I could be wrong, was because that this was such a sensitive area, because this was one of the oldest parts of the cemetery, and they wanted to see how it goes. And really, is there that great of an interest? There was an interest list. She's absolutely correct, Commissioner Hoff is. There was an interest list. She even got a call from me. She was on that list. And we went through it, and there was interest, and we did sell a lot of spaces initially. And all of the spaces in the other sections were the first spaces to go, except for a very small number. So when you're looking at spaces in O and D and K and L, those were all of the spaces that were to go initially. Now, when she's talking about ground penetrating radar, Elmwood actually did ground penetrating radar in all of the proposed new spaces. So that was completed. We did 3 months of field surveys on top of the ground penetrating radar. And I will tell you, ground penetrating radar is not going to give you an X-ray. So if you're looking for an X-ray of the ground that's going to show you caskets lined up, that's not what ground penetrating radar does. Ground penetrating radar shows you disturbances in the soil, which can happen a lot in Michigan when you have hot and cold. So you have the ground freeze, you have the ground thaw, and you actually need a cemetery expert to go in afterwards, after you have that report, to determine what the ground shifts, what this disturbances in the soil actually mean, which we brought in our expert and we tested the ground penetrating radar and determined where these spaces were at. When you are in the cemetery industry, responsible people never open the ground without knowing what's inside. We never want to be surprised. We never want to have an uh-oh. So we have to be very, very careful. And Elmwood wanted to be very, very careful and do their due diligence. So that's kind of like the evolution of where we are. And I do not think Commissioner Hoff is wrong. She wants to know, where are these spaces and are they really available? And I will tell you that all of the remaining spaces in B and C are not necessarily available. If there is a tree there, we do not sell within 10 feet of a tree. If there's a monument or a bush there, we do not sell. Some of those old historical monuments have shifted over time and are in the way of graves. So we would not sell. And I'm able to determine that through my expertise when I'm out there with families. So do I think you should say, we're just going to sell 10 graves in B and only 5 graves in C? When I just don't think you should delineate that. If you guys would go out to the cemetery, we know this, the clerk's office knows this, Leslie knows this, because we look at the maps and we have the maps. But when you're standing there with a family and they're like, I really liked over by that green monument, it's beautiful, can you find me space over there? Nope, they're only going to allow you over here in that lot. Well, is there space over there? Yes, there is space, but they're not going to let us sell over there right now, sometime in the future. That can be upsetting to people, especially when there's an at-need situation. When I say at-need, I mean a death has occurred. They're looking to find some place where their 90-year-old mother can still find out where their father is because they have a landmark.
So Ms. Arcomi, just to clarify, I mean, Commissioner Hoff in comments last time in directions actually, that GIS mapping and ground penetrating radar should be used to locate more lots. And now we're back tonight after finding everything that commissioners would like to clarify with you since you're with us though. Has this been accomplished? And this is the suggestion that we have in front of us, identifying the lots on all sections that available for sale should we approve the sale tonight. Is that correct?
What I would say to you guys is that I spent nearly 3 years studying with my fellow experts, co-workers, and these people are experts in this. We do a lot with historic cemeteries, studying your lot diagrams, studying the cemetery, and doing field surveys.
Okay.
And unless a tree comes down or a family moves their monument, what you see before you are all the available graves you have left.
Okay.
And with the changes in the world, with regards to cremation and choices with cremation, I would recommend that, and this is just from my perspective, this is what I do every day. I would recommend that you just allow grave sales to occur when they're going to occur. It's not like it was in 2015 where I was out there for 8 and 10 hours a day selling space all day long. People are choosing cremation, and especially with what has happened this past year in 2020 with COVID, cremation is being chosen more and more, and people are choosing not to necessarily have a final resting place for their loved one. They're choosing alternative methods. And I've seen some or heard some crazy stuff and seen some statistics. So if you guys want to reach your financial independence with the cemetery and your goals, I would just recommend that you allow grave sales to occur. I think that you should receive reports, and you should have reports telling you how many grave sales have occurred, how much is left. But I don't, there isn't a run on grave sales the way there was in 2015 because people have been waiting for so long. And Commissioner Hoff is not incorrect. It was the general assumption that there were no graves left. But from what I was understanding from the notes and stuff that I have read on the cemetery, sometime in 1980, it was determined that there were so few spaces left that there was no argument that they wanted to have with any citizens. So they decided to stop selling graves. For whatever reason, they decided to stop selling graves. And there were graves before the stuff you see in pink on those maps. There were other graves available. They just were not allowing sales to occur. And what happened was, as so many people were inquiring, they started this list. And then it became okay, there's 50 people, there's 150 people on this list, and we only know of 100 graves. How do we then divvy these up? And is there a lottery? And I do remember conversations that I had with the city clerk, Laura, at the time, and Mr. Valentine at the time, you know, that we had to find a solution. And we looked at several different things before we came to the solution of the graves in B and C and K and L and O. So that's kind of the evolution of where things were and how they came today.
Just my follow-up to you, Ms. Akram, are we confident moving forward, assuming that we have measures and system in place and reporting, like you said, to comfort my fellow commissioners and us, that would not be any sale unless we know the sales happen, is it approved, and all communication with our clerk and also, or vice versa. Do we have that today, moving forward?
I would say we do, but I think you should ask your clerk.
Yes, and we will do so. But with that, I'll leave it to other commissioners' comment or questions. Go ahead, Commissioner Baller.
We got an email today from Linda Buchanan, the chair of the Greenwood Cemetery Advisory Board, suggesting that there is a concept that is being discussed among several members of the board, but has not yet been voted upon formally as an advisory to us, regarding placing possible restrictions on certain rows to be left unsold for the purposes of historic preservation, the need for future tree planting, holding back in reserve some sites for future generations. I don't know if there's anything here that's urgent that they're asking us to do. Maybe it's urgent that we approve the sale of these plots that have already been sold and say that's okay. But I'm sure, since we're talking about something that's going to be here for centuries, literally, I mean, I'd sure like to hear the outcome of what the advisory board might recommend with regard to this concept of restrictions.
Commissioner Sherman, you had your hand.
I did. So I'm a little confused with some of the information that we've been hearing. For one, we had previously been told that ground penetrating radar had not been done through the cemetery, and now we're being told that it was done previously. So I'm not sure how to deal with that. I'm not understanding how you as a consultant didn't know how many graves had been sold versus how many had been approved. I'm confused with that also, because it seems to me that that's the job of the consultant. If you're selling, you have to know what you have to sell. The email we received today is definitely out there. That came to us not as an official correspondence, but as in our capacity as a resident. And I just don't know exactly where this is going. So I need more information. And I don't even know what information I need at this point in order to figure out what I don't even know. But the information that you've given us here tonight just conflicts with what I know or what I thought I knew. So I would authorize the 10 plots that have already been sold beyond the one that we approved last time. And then let's figure out where we are. Because I'm not real happy with what I'm hearing.
Would you like me to comment?
Commissioner Hop, 1 second, Mr. Acom.
Okay.
The problem with that, and I agree, that's what I would like to do. The problem is if someone is in the situation where there is a death and they come to us to bury their loved one in Greenwood, do we have a spot or not? By waiting, we have nothing. If we don't allow something to be available, we have nothing. So if a longtime resident who didn't buy a plot in advance has a death in the family and wants to bury them in Greenwood, do we want to be in the position to say, well, I'm sorry, you can't? That, as was said years ago. Now, when that list was in existence, you weren't told that, you were told the city had none to sell. That didn't mean you couldn't buy a plot, because individuals were selling plots. You could buy it privately. And once we are under contract, we decided not to do that anymore. But years ago, people sold individually, they sold plots, and there was an exchange of plots at that time. Since we've had the contractor, we have not done that. So that is my concern. I certainly agree we have to know what's going on and we have to know our numbers. And I'm confused about the ground penetrating radar, because everything I heard was it hadn't been done, but I don't know if it's been done. So I just throw that out. What do we do when we don't have a spot for a current burial?
Commissioner Baller.
Yeah, I'm sympathetic to Commissioner Hoff's concern there, but I don't share it. Probably for more years than not, there has been a lack of availability here. And so another temporary lack of availability while we figure this out. The other, it doesn't concern me. The other thing is, like many other things that are coming before us in this time of transition, I really think the new city manager needs to, and the others on the staff who are new to this, need to get a grip on it. And so I'm of the mind of whoever said, let's approve the ones that need to be approved. There's no rush. We can come back to this in January, February, whenever staff and the board, the advisory board, say, you know, we're solid. We all agree this is what we should do.
Commissioner Host.
Can I ask, when is the next time Greenwood board meets?
There should be a meeting coming up in the beginning of January. Usually our meetings are in the beginning of the month on a Friday morning.
Thank you, Alex. That would be in keeping with, I think, with what we're talking about. I think it's advisable that we have to do the resolution for what is already sold, and to have a couple of weeks, or a couple of weeks without plots. Maybe the advisory board of the cemetery can come to us in time for January 11th meeting. I don't know. Other than historically, isn't this a slow time? We're headed into the slow time.
Yeah, only God knows that answer, Commissioner Host. Takes place. But I echo Commissioner Hoff's concern, though. Commissioner Hoff, you may consider also that we have in front of us certain rows that is suggested by, they've done a lot of homework and work on this. If the commissioner's concern is literally the plot A or B, but there's 24 plots that you can really release tonight in additional to the 10 plots that Commissioner Sherman had stated that already sold, that we have them in section C. I'm just giving suggestion, and that will that will actually satisfy every concern that we have in front of us. That, again, is just a suggestion, but I'll leave it up to you, commissioners. Commissioner Hoff, go ahead.
I want to bring up one other concern. I can go along with the suggestion that Commissioner Ballard and Commissioner Sherman made to put a moratorium on the sale of graves right now and try to sort this out. And how are we going to get information? But I also want to throw out, we must consider, we have a contract that we are paying with Ms. Arcone, and her job is to sell plots. And if we don't have plots, then what is her function? And how do we handle that? So I think that that's something to be considered, and maybe the cemetery board can consider it.
Okay. Other comments, commissioners? Commissioner Host?
Mayor, I really liked your suggestion, and I'd like, you know, the older commissioners, longer terming commissioners to, what's wrong with 24 plots in section C? That at least gives us some inventory.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I had a question about the an inconsistency in the report that said that on page 2 of the report, it says 10 additional graves were sold July through November. It says other sales are pending at this time, and then it says the cemetery management contractor has suspended sales. So I wanted to ask how many sales are pending or were interrupted? What kind of a waiting list is there? And suggest that if it's not very many, we could be even more restrictive and just say, you know, the 14 plots in row 19A until we get more information from the cemetery advisory board meeting. Just take care of the 10 and then release the least number we need to address anything that was interrupted in process and emergency needs.
Alex, do you have a comment on that?
I would agree with the idea of at least having a small number available. I know that Sherry has a waiting list, so she might have more of an idea of what is waiting right now. But I do think it would be very distressing to families if we do say no right now. Between Leslie, Sherry, and I, we have a better handle on what is available, and we don't want to turn someone down in a time of need.
So could I ask again how many were interrupted or put on hold during this moratorium?
Sherry would have more accurate numbers on that.
Ms. Arcone, do you have an estimate number?
I'm waiting for payment on 2 spaces from 2 separate families.
And that we did not have anything available for them? Is that what you meant?
No, we did have space available for them. I met with the families, they chose space. I put purchase agreements out there, so the families do have them. I just have not received payment, and this was prior to communications with Alex and Leslie that the limit had been exceeded, not just reached, but exceeded. So I was unaware of it. So as soon as that occurred, our conversation occurred, during that conversation, I let them know that these 2 purchase agreements were out there for these 2 spaces.
In the second part of the question, Ms. Arcone, do you know if we have a waiting list, what would that number be? A request.
Right now, I have 5 families waiting on the outcome of this meeting, 3 of them with deceased people.
Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
And the 2 spaces for which you extended purchase agreements are located where?
I believe they're both in section B.
Ooh.
So perhaps since there's 5 families waiting with some deaths, we could authorize the 10 plots sold and then release 14 plots in row 19A, which is the farthest away from section B. and in her capacity as a private citizen seemed to be something that the advisory board would be more supportive of, is starting from the furthest section in C, the furthest distance from B.
Commissioner Hoff, sorry, I was trying to understand what Mayor Protem had said, but go ahead.
I'm looking at the maps and I'm trying to determine the blue spaces are supposed to be the ones that are available. And I don't see row 19C, I don't see 14 plots there. I see 10 in 19C.
That is true. How many in 19A, Joe? 10, right? Okay. $14 and 10 and 19A.
10 and 19A, 14 and 18A.
Correct.
That's the 24 in section C.
Could perhaps we see the map and have someone identify where those 14 spaces are?
So
I
Alex,
can share.
what we see here, make sure that to answer that question is, we see 10 and 19A and 14 and 18A, and that will make the total of 24 in section C. Could you please reassure that what I said?
So let's see if I can pull up a tool. So what we were looking at is Sherry informed Leslie and I that this row of graves is not a good area to touch. So farthest away from B, which is very large, would be this row of C right here where there's 10. And then the 14 graves here, that borders B. So if you're trying to stay away from B, you really only have these 2 rows and these 24 graves.
Which is correct, 24 in section C.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it gives you 10 and 19A and 14 and 18A. Yep.
Yeah, it seems that the resolution is incorrect because it says 10 and 18A and 14 and 19A.
That's because the rows are named different. So this is the 19A row in section C, and this is 18A, and this is 19A, which is like kind of a subsection of C. So A isn't even on this map. You look up here, here's A, but when we zoom in, we're only looking at B, which is very large, and then C, which is smaller.
Right, but so in row 19A,
Mm-hmm.
how many plots are there? How many graves are available there?
10. This is 19A.
Right, but your resolution says that there are 14 in 19A. That's we believe.
They're flipped, Alex. I see what Mayor Protem said. They're flipped in the resolution.
They're flipped in the resolution.
Yeah, instead of what's correct should be 10 and 19A, not 14. And it should be 10 and 18A, but it's flipped, but we can correct
The
that.
numbers were transposed, I'm sorry.
You're right. You're right. That's what she's referring to. I mean, we all know the A is the most historic area. This is what our concern. I won't speak for everybody, but now we have the section C, commissioners, so we can move this if there's a consensus that we can approve some in section C. Commissioner Hoff.
Where did section B end? Did that end with row 17? Section B ends with row 17? And there are only 2 rows, 3 rows in section C?
Yes, one of which we cannot touch.
Okay, okay. Well, what about if we just approve the 10 spots in row 19?
Yeah, you could.
That was my suggestion.
Yeah, the 10 and 19A, Commissioner Hoff, right? That will,
It's 19C, row 19C.
So it's section C 19A.
yeah, that's correct. Section C, 19A, 10 of them. Yeah, I mean, that could be good enough to move forward with tonight, and then hopefully by the time the advisory board meet, the cemetery, the beginning of January, then hopefully they'll bring it back to us. Mr. Crom, with anything identified tonight as not clear, please, with a clarity on everything, and then hopefully we'll make a wiser decision. But
Can I just make one comment?
sure, we still don't have any motion, but go ahead. Yes.
I appreciate on behalf of the families that I have on my list to call, that you guys are willing to make space available to them. And I know that this is going to go in early January back to the advisory committee. What I would like you all to consider for the future is what I tell the family that wants to bury their granddaughter in grave 17 next to them in lot 12A in section B, and I can't. I can only sell in section C. So I guess my point would be is, if you guys want to make graves available in the future, and I appreciate everything on behalf of these families, what you guys are doing tonight, but in the future, if you're considering, we're going to limit 10 graves available for sale, maybe allow 10 graves total between B and C, and not just limit it, so that I can help accommodate those people, because that situation I just brought up is a situation I'm potentially dealing with. And I don't know how to explain to these people that, yes, you know, because you just bought a grave here, that this is available and I can't sell it to you. So just how to address that for the future, and how you guys would like me to address that on your behalf, you know, on the city's behalf.
Thank you, Sakram.
Thank you.
All right, commissioners. Commissioner Nikita, sorry, I skipped you completely. Go ahead. You wanted to say something?
I was just going to say I'm in favor of the idea of having us move forward with clarity as to how we can move some additional graves that are obviously options, but it's unclear what we're doing. So I'm completely in favor of moving forward with some allotment after we're clear what's going on. So hopefully in January we can get to that point and then move on with some type of allotment accordingly. The only thing I guess in accordance to the question or the concern, that if we just allow these 10 in 19A to be approved tonight, then we're basically filling the backlog, if you will, of the people that have already been promised and there wasn't anything available. And then we will then have nothing available from now until we just determine whatever happens in January, whenever we get back to this. Are we comfortable with that? Because I guess I see that, I guess the question I had is that it sounds like we already sold 11 and there were 2 that were pending. It sounded like, as far as what I'm trying to piece this together, because it sounded like there were 2 pending and there were 11 sold. So that looks to me like 13. And if we only allow for 10, then we're already short without it allowing any more. So am I missing something, or is that where we're at? And then with that in mind, I'm thinking maybe we would be best to allot the 14 and the 10 as was recommended, and that would cover us, and plus give us a few extra for until we're ready to come back in a month or whatever it is for a clearer review on where we want to go from here. So if I could get clarity on that, that's kind of my assumption at the moment, and I'd like to know if that's true.
Commissioner Hoff?
My understanding that the ones that were already sold are in B. And I don't know whether they're used or not, but they were sold in B. And I thought that Ms. Arcone said the other two that she promised are also in B. I thought she said that.
Yeah.
So I thought that those are all, the ones that are in purple in section B, these 13 are included. The ones that we are authorizing in C 19 are ones that would be available, but that doesn't mean that the people that are looking are going to be interested in those. They may not want that at the far end. They may want to be where other, other places. So I understand that, but I think there's going to be a time where we're going to have to put some limitations until we establish what we're doing here. So there may be a time where people are going to be told, I'm sorry, but nothing's available right now, or I'm sorry, the only thing that's available are these 10 spots in row 19C.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I was just going to confirm what Commissioner Hoff just said, that we're taking care of the 10 that were sold already in the first part of the resolution, and then making 10 additional available for the perhaps 5 people that Ms. Arcone is currently talking to. And then the other 2 that she's already extended purchase agreements in B, if those are completed, we would have to authorize those, I suppose, at a later date.
Yeah, that clarified your concern, right, Commissioner Nikita?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, I understand. Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. That's how I understood it too. Commissioners, entertain a motion.
Here it is.
Host.
Okay, I don't want to read the whole thing, but resolution to authorize the 10 plots already sold and to release 10 spots for sale in section C, row 19A as in Albert.
Second.
And seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Long. Commissioners, any further comments on the motion? See none from the public. You see any public, Jeff? I don't either. Great. With that, Alex, would you please call the roll?
Laura Schreiner has a public comment.
Oh, okay, we missed that. Ms. Schreiner, go ahead with your comment and motion, please.
Hi, I am part of the Greenwood Cemetery Board, but I am speaking as a private citizen who knows a little bit about what's going on. One of the concerns that I think Ms. Arcone has expressed that I don't think it necessarily translated real well is that currently there is a family that has lots in an area that you are not authorizing, who had a unfortunate, tragic death in their family of their granddaughter, and they would like their granddaughter to be buried next to their family. So if we could make one more exception for that group, that would be appreciated.
Fair is that?
That sounds fair, yeah.
Thank you.
Could you tell us where it is?
We can entertain another motion for that.
We're going to need to know where it is, though.
Yeah.
Can I speak to that?
Sure, Ms. Arcone.
It's section B, lot 12A, graves 17 and 18. It would be either one of those would be adjacent to what they already own.
Which one would you recommend, Mr. Mayor? Would you ask Sherry?
Sure, go ahead, Sherry. You can answer that, Ms. Arcone.
I personally would recommend 17, but quite frankly, it's 6 feet. So you're either going to go 3 feet to the left or 3 feet to the right. It's a very small area. But those would be the two spaces that the family would particularly look at. And 17 is more adjacent to their family lot. So that's why I was thinking that one.
Do they have a preference?
I have not met with them because in these situations, you do not want to get the family's hopes up. And I have not met with them. I told them there's a possibility. I asked them to wait until the conclusion of this meeting. It's a very emotional situation. I do not think their granddaughter has been released from the medical examiner yet. So that is helping the situation. But I didn't want to get their hopes up, have them look at the ground, get this picture in their head, and then have to tell them no.
No, we really appreciate the clarification, Ms. Schreiner. I thought, Ms. Arcom, you articulated well and you explained it, but we didn't know really it's happening now. I thought you given an example of a granddaughter that want to be buried next to her family. So this is happening as we're talking right now, and this is, I believe, commissioners, we need to maybe give it a thought here. Commissioner Host.
Yeah, I think with what Sherry just said, the other resolution, or we can add it into this, we ought to say B, lot 12A, 17 or 8.
18.
Oh,
Yes.
18?
Or
Yeah.
section B for the.
Oh, okay. The notion is, say that we're putting one lot in here, but it's or one or the other.
Yes.
So they have their option.
So Commissioner Holt will take this as an amended motion.
That would be lovely.
Yeah. Commissioner Sherman.
And what about the two people that you have purchase agreements out already? Have we incorporated the lots that they're looking at? Where
No.
they made offers on those lots, or are those in there?
Ms. Arcom, you can answer that.
So you're asking me, are they in those 10 graves? Is that what you're asking me?
Yes.
I to be quite frank with you, I am not really remembering how Alex and Leslie calculated that, but I believe that they are possibly not in there. If you hang on just a second, I'll look at the map because I know where those locations are and I can give you a better idea, unless Alex, you know ahead of time if those are included in those 10.
I don't think they are because they weren't final yet.
Okay, I'm looking at it right now. Alex, you are correct. They were not included in that. And if you hang on just a second, I can give you, Commissioner, I can give you the exact location of those. Hang on just a second. My computer's just a little slow right now. Okay. Okay, section B, lot 15C, space 6, which I have received payment for, and Alex, you will have that tomorrow. Then there was section B, lot 10A, space 17. And then, and I expect to receive payment from them very shortly. The one that I felt would take a little bit of time was the family with the mom with Alzheimer's, section B, lot 11A, space 24. So they are, I can confirm they are in section B.
Commissioner Hoff.
As far as I can see, those are listed, at least two of them are listed in the suggested resolution that Commissioner Host just made to authorize the 10 plots sold but not authorized in sections B. There's the one, row 15C, plot 6, and there's the one in 11A, plot 24 that Ms. Arcone just mentioned, and the other one I didn't see. I think they're included. I think those plots are included in the resolution. That's part of the 11 that have been sold, or the 10 that have been sold but not authorized. Is that correct? They're listed. The numbers that you gave are listed.
They are.
I think they are.
Oh, Alex, can you answer that?
The 15C6 is,
Yep, I see that.
but I don't see the 10A17 or the 11A24. Oh, 11A24, I see.
Right,
And it's 10A16 is listed.
right.
Oh, yeah, 10A16 is listed. Yes.
And it should have been 17. That was a typo.
So the three, they are listed.
They are listed, Commissioner Hoff.
Okay. I have another comment, please.
Go ahead, Commissioner Hoff.
Okay, if we pass this motion, and I think that I can understand the reason for passing it, it will allow 10 extra plots available. What else are we requesting? What else? This is not the answer to what the situation is. This is going to tie us over until these 10 plots are sold. And then we're going to be back in the same situation. So it seems to me that the commission should give a directive either to staff or to the Greenwood Cemetery Board for next steps. This is a temporary measure, 10 spots in case there are any deaths in the next month, something like that. But then what happens?
That is absolutely correct. Mr. Valentine would like to comment on that. Go ahead, Mr. Valentine. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, a good question. And I think the answer to that question is going back into the strategy that was adopted for the cemetery previously when these grave plots were initially issued in the first round of release. And that was the initial 240 plots, with the intent being, first of all, identifying those that were on the waiting list and providing them with opportunities within the cemetery. That was done with the identification of the 500 spaces or plots by filling in the rows within the cemetery in those sections. The authorization was given for the 240, and then to come back with to the commission after that to assess how we want to move forward. They have since done that. It's been exceeded by 12 spaces or whatever it is, based on some accounting and transition of personnel. But that's where we're at right now. The intent being with the 500 spaces was to effectively establish the perpetual care fund for the cemetery. By doing that, we're about halfway there currently at about $930,000. The objective was to try to reach a perpetual care fund of about $2 million to have the funds necessary to sustain the cemetery at no cost to the taxpayers in town going forward. That has been the objective with this program once these graves were initially released. As we go forward, the intent to meet that objective is going to require the sale of additional plots to get there. In doing so, the point, I think, is to do it incrementally so that there's a comfort level as to what's being released, where it's being released, and how it's being programmed going forward, with the intent of accommodating the needs of the public. The additional spaces are still available. The question for restrictions are kind of odd at this point, given the strategy that's been put forward. If you wanted to revisit, if you wanted to look at, a crematorium or something of that nature that doesn't exist currently, there's obviously costs associated with that. But there's other ways to maybe explore new opportunities for the cemetery that haven't been really flushed out at this point. But the objective that's been established is to try to sell the number of plots necessary to to meet the goal of the perpetual care fund. So the idea that additional plots are going to be sold going forward is part of that strategy. The question, I guess, for the commission is, do you want to do that on an incremental approach? Or do you want to do that on a broad approach of doing a mass release going forward to give Sherry the flexibility to meet that goal? So that, I think, would be helpful in terms of next steps is are we still on board with the strategy that's been established? And do we want to do this in an incremental approach, or do we want to do this in a more broad approach in terms of meeting that objective?
Go ahead, Commissioner Hop.
But where are these additional 250 spaces? They're not shown on the map. Where are they?
Those spaces are
Yeah.
on the map are identified in section B. Perhaps Alex has that map that she could put up on the screen for the benefit of everyone. And identifying the locations that only spaces currently available for sale are in section B and C. And those would be the sections, I guess, what is that, blue? Not the purple ones, but the blue or the light green color that represent what's currently available.
But that's not.
And there's
250.
187 of those.
How much? How many did you say, Joe? 187
187.
that we are looking at right now?
Yes, if you look at the, let's see, it'd be the the fourth tab over, or the fourth color over, where it says available, 187. Just above the cemetery map, right there.
Right. And there's 187 blue spaces on this map?
Yes.
Yes, that's correct. That currently is all that's available remaining in the cemetery under the current locations that have been identified.
Commissioner Hop, go ahead.
So you're saying that well, Ms. Arcone told us that ground penetrating radar has been done. So I'm going to ask, has it been done in sections section ABC, D through O, all that area, and everything else, every other space in the cemetery is sold? Is that what you're saying? These are spaces because they were placed in between other graves. That's how they made these rows. These were not originally plotted spaces. These are between other rows in B and C. Because in looking at the map, you'll see that the spaces are much a different size in sections D through O.
My understanding is that D through O have already been sold, all the available spaces in that section. The only spaces that remain are in section B and C.
I mean, the question here, Commissioner Huff, what other direction or what other ask of the city, the staff to come back to us for next time after the advisory, that what would be beside the map that we have in front of us today with the 187 available spot?
I would ask the cemetery board to take a look at this, to verify that ground penetrating radar has been done throughout the cemetery and that there is nothing else available. And I would wait for a report back from the Greenwood Cemetery Board before we move forward. And I'm ready to take a vote on the motion.
We have an amended motion, but I'm not sure if it's seconded.
Yes.
It is by Mayor Pro Tem Long.
Yes.
Any comment on the motion? None by the public? Seeing none?
Could clerk please read the motion? Just
Oh.
the "and" part, so we know what we're voting on.
Yes, go ahead, Alex, please. The amended.
Yeah. So there's the first part of the motion that was in the agenda packet. Then we're also going to allow for the B12A grade 17 or 18 based on the family's preference.
Correct.
And then the 10 graves in section C, row 19A.
That is correct. My understanding. Commissioner Huff, is that correct to you too? Awesome. All right, Mayor Pro Tem Long.
Yes, and just to, in the initial part of the motion, to correct the typo for row 10A, plot 17.
Right.
16.
Yes.
Noted. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, I think we'll bring it back to vote. Alex, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Commissioner Ballard,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawk,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes, thank you, Alex. Thank you, Mr. Combe. We'll see you next time. Now we go to new business. We have item A under new business resolution to accept the ad hoc unimproved street and improved street committee final report, that approve its recommendation and direct the administration to begin implementation of the report and future capital improvement programs. I do believe we have our chair of the committee, Scott Moore. Is he with us? Mr. Moore, you are used to those short meetings for a long time now. You missed them. Thank you for waiting. And I'll give you the floor a little bit to give us a little summary of what we've accomplished.
Yes, it's certainly good to see everybody here tonight. It really is. It brings back a lot. Yes, I can tell you on a Monday night, it's beyond my bedtime now. But good evening to you all. And for those residents who are participating tonight, my name is Scott Moore. And I'd like to offer just a few words of introduction on behalf of the On Improvement Streets Committee. I wrote these words down because, as most of you know, that in working with me, that over my adult life, I've been a teacher, a preacher, a lawyer, and a city commissioner going over 3 decades. So it takes me 5 minutes just to say hello on the phone. So in that sense, I've written down just a few words. Let me begin that this is a committee that was made up of civic-minded citizens and taxpayers of this city, and was appointed by the City Commission in or about June of 2018 to conduct a citywide study of unimproved streets and provide recommendations to you, the City Commission, outlining a long-term plan for these streets. The report that has been submitted to you and made public is extensive and data-driven. Committee members have literally lived every aspect of this study. A highly respected consultant hired to review our report and provide input commented that in his many years of providing road support to public entities, he had never seen a more thoroughly researched and thought out study. Most important, this has been a citizen up and not an administration down study. And I know you all know what I'm saying when I say that. Staff supplied considerable data and support, but the conclusions and the recommendations offered are the hard work of the committee after careful study and much discussion. As a committee, we did not compromise to reach a decision. Our recommendations are not diluted by compromise, but instead we worked towards consensus with every issue that we required an answer. This is critical because once a plan is implemented for our unimproved streets, it will be the largest and most expensive infrastructure improvement in the city's history. It will require much skill, attention to detail, and citizen patience and support. The city's administration will implement the plan, but in fact, the plan will be ours. That is a Birmingham citizen plan concerning our unimproved streets. That's all I had to say at this point. And now I turn, I think, the meeting back to you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. We appreciate you. I personally thank you. It's been a pleasure sitting on this committee for 2.5 years, and I do acknowledge the hard work that each member and each one of us has done. I can't thank you enough. I think I'm going to turn to a small presentation to maybe Mr. Surhai.
No, okay.
Or Mr. Valentine taking it. All right, go ahead, Mr. Valentine.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. As we get started, just to kind of talk about this scope of this committee, they obviously had a very technical assignment to take on. And as they initiated their work, they actually started with a series of educational sessions to focus on the history and evolution of the city's road system. This was then followed by a review of the special assessment, petition, and billing processes that the city uses. A review of the road surface types in the current Cape Seal program was also conducted with the support of a professional engineering firm. In addition, a peer review was completed to assess how other communities with unimproved streets managed and maintain them. Further, a draft of a financial model was developed to assess the costs and funding options for the committee's review. The culmination of all that work is the report that's in your agenda packet this evening. And we'll walk through that quickly here for your review. To begin, oops. There we go. As Mr. Moore had stated, this is a citizens committee comprised of 2 members of the City Commission that were Pierre Boutros and Stuart Sherman. We had 3 resident members living on an unimproved street, those being Michael Femberg, Katie Schaefer, and Scott Moore. We had 1 resident member living on an improved street, that was Janelle Whipple-Boyce, and 1 member with a background in road design, and that was Jason Emery. The scope of the committee was set forth by resolution of the commission, and effectively that was to review the history of the city's road system, review and evaluate the types of roads in the city while considering durability, maintenance cycles, drainage, rights-of-way usage, traffic speeds, and parking. Additionally, to review the policies and procedures attributed to each type of road construction and maintenance method used by the city, to review the conditions where small sections of unimproved roads exist within a predominantly improved block and provide recommendations, review conditions where large areas of unimproved roads exist within a neighborhood and provide recommendations, and also to review and evaluate cost and budget implications of any proposed recommendations and include strategic funding alternatives. Lastly, to compile the committee's findings and recommendations into a report to be presented at the end of the committee's term. And that's where we're at this evening. Oops. Back here. So the problem definition, we have in Birmingham effectively 26 miles of gravel roads, which are covered with a slurry seal that have not and do not meet the resident. Hold on, we're having some technical issues here. Can you shut that down? So the problem with these roads is effectively that they are gravel roads. They are not engineered or designed for proper grade or drainage, which means you have water ponding and uneven surface. Additionally, it's not a long-term durable road. The life cycle of these unimproved roads is typically between 7 to 10 years, which is not consistent with the longer term of 30 to 40 or 50 years that you would see on other types of roads in the city. Additionally, these unimproved roads require residents to initiate the effort to convert them to an improved street. This is unique in this regard, as all other streets in the city that are improved are maintained by the city, and when repairs and replacement is necessary, the city leads that initiative. There is no petition process or initiative on the residents' part to do that. So how did we get here? Well, this map will illustrate the annexation history of the city, which gives a good example of how the street system in the city became part of the city's boundary. So over time, as the city evolved, the boundary of the city changed as new neighborhoods were incorporated into the city. As those neighborhoods were incorporated, those road systems were also incorporated as they existed. And over time, there had been resistance to change those roads to improved roads for many reasons, presuming people wanted to keep the certain character that they had in a rural area. But now realizing that the environment in the city does not meet the expectation for how roads are maintained in a city that's as developed as Birmingham is. So as a result, these 26 miles of unimproved roads are needing a solution for the long term. So as you can see here, this is how we got to where we're at with having 26 miles of gravel roads in a fairly progressive city with a lot of new and expensive homes. So there's a couple of categories for our local streets. We have the unimproved streets, which is what we're focused, is the focus of the report. We have improved streets, which make up a majority of the streets in the city. And then we have a hybrid version, which are unimproved streets with curb and gutter that also exist in certain areas. At this point, we're going to talk about the Cape Seal program and the streets we have that are unimproved in the city. And I will turn it over to Ms. Wood with the Department of Public Services.
Great, thank you, Joe. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. The first slide before you tonight with regard to the street categories is our unimproved streets. And these, by definition, are gravel road systems with or without curbs. And they're treated with Cape Seal to provide a smoother surface and a dust-free driving environment. This one, of course, you can notice is a narrow road surface, and off-street parking can be seen on the shoulders of the road. Okay, the next slide. Another little version of our unimproved streets, which is can be a little deceiving. This is a Cape Seal Road. It's a little wider street, but it does have curb and gutter. So that's another variation. Okay, the next version. Next slide, Joe, please. Thanks. So this street obviously looks a lot newer than what you just saw. These are the improved streets. And again, this category, which is the majority of our streets in the community, they're professionally engineered streets, permanent construction of either concrete or asphalt, and it includes a drainage system with curb and gutter. So that's the predominant street system, is the improved. The next slide is a great map that we use in a variety of applications, but it's the local streets, and it dates back to the 1950 to 1929 with the yellow areas as defined, and then takes you through the green and the blue and the purple, and it takes you to the current time. And it's a great legend that shows us the various locations with permanent pavements. This one is pinned on our walls of the Department of Public Services. It's the unimproved street system. And you can see by the colored chart, the red is strictly the unimproved streets, And then you have the red line with the blue surrounding is the unimproved streets with curb and gutter, excuse me. And it just shows you the cross section of the locations of these streets throughout our community and where we do focus on the Cape Seal programs when we administer those. Okay, the next slide is our evolution of the Birmingham street maintenance, of course. Cape sealing is a two-step process. It's a moisture resistant seal and a smoother driving surface. So that's the ultimate goal, of course, with this system, which is a heated asphalt based binder that is spread onto the gravel system of the surface. And then shortly thereafter, it's followed by a layer of distribution as you get of stone chips. And then there's an application of a slurry microsurface, which is what you see here in this picture. And that it resembles an asphalt overlay, which often confuses the residents and drivers in the community that it's an asphalt road, but it is not. It's not a permanent solution, and the life expectancy is less than 10 years of our Cape Seal program. The next slide is just another mapping, which is a very handy map, again, showing the unimproved streets. While we've had Cape Seal program over the years, it shows you 2010 and earlier is the red areas. Those are the last time those have been Cape sealed. Then you have the blue and the green. Again, there were times in which we were a little bit more aggressive with Cape Seal. This dates back to 2005, even in 2008 and 2010, 2012, and then it brings us to the current, which most recent we did in 2019, Cape Seal system. So this is another good map that we like to keep on tap. And then I'll just do a little brief recap. Joe touched on it a little bit in the opening slides and delved into a little bit of the advantages and disadvantages with the two systems, the improved roads and the unimproved roads. Again, you know, there's one benefit of the unimproved system, and it's a very intensive maintenance system, but the benefit is there are many residents who like to keep that natural rural neighborhood characteristic. But you can see all the disadvantages, one of which is they don't get street sweeping, nor do they get leaf pickup, because we can't do that with streets without curbs. The average lifespan is, like I mentioned, it's less than 10 years, and it just depends on the traffic and the weather and ground conditions. It could be as few as 7 years. So the unimproved roads, it's extensive staff resources as well, you know, to plan and administer that system. It involves a cross section of departments that work on that to prepare a special assessment district. So finance department and Department of Public Services spends a great deal of time with the Cape Seal system. And of course, probably goes without saying, the improved road system, which we'll get into a little bit of that on the next few slides. It's a variety of benefits. It's an professionally engineered system, drainage. You have the curbs and gutter, and the pickup each year for leaves and street sweeping ability with the curb. So that is sort of it in a nutshell, and happy to answer any questions as we proceed.
Well, moving on, we'll talk about the current policy comparisons between how the current unimproved streets are managed and how the Cape Seal program is managed, and how roads are converted over to an improved road currently. So the comparison here will show that the initiation of a project to convert a road from an unimproved road to an improved road currently requires a 50+% petition by the homeowners on the street wanting the improvement. This is one of the areas that the committee focused in on as a key area of discussion and provided some recommendations for change going forward, given the consternation that exists when residents are put forward trying to initiate this process. So currently it's done by homeowner initiated process to convert the road, and that's a recommended change going forward. On the maintenance side for the Cape Sealed roads or the unimproved roads, that process is done through a review of the roads by the staff to evaluate the condition of those roads on the 7 to 10 year maintenance cycle and recommend a plan for improvement going forward. Now, from a cost allocation standpoint, the percentage that's shared as part of the improved road, the conversion from an unimproved road to an improved road, is a one-time charge that's allocated at 85% paid by the owners on the street and 15% paid by the city. On the maintenance side for Cape Seal, those percentages are exactly the same. 85% paid by the homeowner and 15% paid by the city. For corner lots, there is an adjusted rate giving the potential for double paying. So in that case, for a conversion of an unimproved road to an improved road, there's a 33% share paid by the residents on the street and 67% paid by the city. Under the Cape Seal program, which is the unimproved street maintenance program, it's 25% paid by the homeowner and 75% paid by the city. And again, that is every 7 to 10 years. Now the payback period for the special assessment charge for the conversion from an unimproved road to an improved road is 10 years. Now that's what the city would set up as an initial payment plan. However, the resident has the ability to determine their own funding source and can, pay this off at a lower rate if they're able to get it, or continue with the city for that 10-year period. Once that's done, all future maintenance on that street is absorbed by the city going forward. On the maintenance program for unimproved roads, there's a 30-day payment period upon receipt of that invoice. And that assessment repeats every 7 to 10 years because that's a maintenance program. So there's that ongoing cost associated with that. Now the maintenance frequency for an improved road is averaging around 20 years for asphalt and 40 years for concrete. And those maintenance requirements are borne by the city. On the unimproved roads, the Cape Sealing process, which is the maintenance process, is done every 7 to 10 years again, and that is assessed to the homeowners on that street every time. Now, when we have water and sewer improvements, those are upgraded when we convert a road to an improved road as it's needed. So that will also include water and sewer replacement with the conversion from an unimproved road to an improved road. With an unimproved road or a Cape Sealed road, when that maintenance is performed, there typically is no upgrade to the water sewer service or the sewer service at that time, because again, that's done every 7 to 10 years. Now with drainage, those problems are addressed when you convert from an unimproved road to an improved road because they are professionally engineered, and those standing water issues are resolved as you have catch basins and the ability to move water off the road based on the pitch of the road. With unimproved roads, as that Cape Seal process occurs, you're effectively just grading the dirt and resealing the dirt. There is no engineering that occurs, and standing water still occurs. Again, these are gravel roads. As Ms. Wood indicated, from a leaf pickup perspective, we do have leaf pickup that occurs on curb streets, but on unimproved streets that do not have curbs, those leaves have to be bagged. So that's, again, one of the advantages. So that's kind of the current policy comparison with where we're at. Now we'll talk about the key areas of recommendations that the committee has put forward. The first is that the committee recommends changing the initiation process so that the project initiation begins with the city and not the homeowners. This was a fundamental point that the committee had a lot of discussion on, that they felt strongly that this had to change. So going forward, their recommendation is that the city would initiate these projects, not the homeowners. Next, the committee recommends that all unimproved streets be reconstructed, be reconstructed in concrete, with the understanding that the final decision for material that's to be used for the road improvement will be made by the engineering department. So there was a study that was conducted by an independent engineering firm that was reviewed by the committee with regard to the trade-off analysis of concrete and asphalt, and we'll get into that in a little bit. And the other key recommendation, or the area of recommendation, was that in order to go forward from a funding perspective, that the general fund be used to transfer the funds for the road improvement portions of the project, because again, there's three components to improving the road. You have the street cost, you have the sewer cost, and the water line cost. So the committee had recommended that the general fund be used for transfers to the street fund to do the street portion of the project, and that with regard to water and sewer costs, those be allocated from bonds for those improvements. Now we'll talk about the current special assessment process. This is, again, one of the areas of change. So this is the current process where the process is initiated by the residents. Then once a project scope is defined, the residents are provided with a petition that they have to circulate amongst their neighbors to try and achieve a 51% threshold by in which they can then come back to the city to see that process move forward. So once that is created, once that is obtained, then we, as a city, provide an informational packet that is distributed to all the residents on the street, and an informational meeting is scheduled with all the residents so they can review what this means, be clear on what the expectations are going forward, and then confirm whether they still agree with pursuing the petition. After that meeting, if they still agree and there's 51% or more, then that will come before the city for consideration by the commission to establishing a special assessment to improve the road. That paving assessment cost is 85% to the homeowner based on the frontage of the parcel. That includes the drive approach, and there also would be costs for the sewer lead, depending on the age, if it required replacement, and the water service, depending on age. Now, with the new lead and copper rules, if that water service is a lead service, then that cost is borne by the city. Now, the city pays 15% of that paving assessment, and then the city pays for all upgrades to the water and sewer mains that would be required to be replaced. Final steps. If after that process by which the public or the resident meeting is held and there's still a majority, like I said, then that will come to the commission for approval. And then with approval by the commission, it's incorporated into the capital improvement plan of the city and then implemented accordingly. So currently the recommended petition process would be that the city initiates the conversion of streets rather than the homeowners. The city will rank unimproved streets based on the street condition as well as age and condition of water mains to give a priority to the whole infrastructure of the street, and then prioritize those streets for inclusion in the city's capital improvement program, which is a 5-year program that lays out the capital expenditures for infrastructure going forward in the city, so they're budgeted accordingly. The one caveat that was maintained with the petition was that homeowners could retain the ability to petition the city to advance the project more quickly where it was possible in the event that they were put into the capital improvement program for improvement, and they decided that they wanted as a street to, rather than wait 5 years, to petition to have their street advanced to be done sooner. So the petition process still would be included in that area if the residents wanted to use it to advance on the schedule moving forward. So that's part of that recommendation. Next, we'll talk about the road surface, and I'll turn this now over to Jim Surhai to walk us through this portion.
Thanks, Joe. Yep, I was going to talk tonight a little bit about the pavement materials that were being considered for the unimproved streets. OHM Advisors was commissioned by the city to perform this study and be an independent resource provide, a number of considerations for the pros and cons for using concrete over asphalt. The report provides, some commentary that's general in nature to concrete and asphalt, that debate, but it also brings into the context of, particular to the city of Birmingham and this issue at hand. Some of the topics they included discussion of were drainage, subgrade soils and how that impacts pavement design, as well as traffic conditions and frequency of, like heavy truck loading, which generally, causes a lot of deterioration to the roads. So the following slides will summarize the considerations that were brought forth in OHM's report. Next slide. Yeah. So first, regarding the concrete road surface, concrete's considered to be a rigid pavement. That means as loads are put on it from truck driving over it or cars, that the pavement itself takes on that load, distributes to the subgrade soils, and and that pavement structure itself is handling the load. It generally has a longer service life versus asphalt. Typically 30 to 40 years is common in the area. And with diligent regular maintenance, some of these roads can be extended to 80 years. I think we've had some streets in the cities that have been that old by the time we got around to reconstructing them. So it is possible. The initial construction costs are generally higher than asphalt, and the construction duration is longer than asphalt, and that's somewhat interrelated. As we all see in concrete construction, they have to take more time for each step. They'll set up an area to pave, put the forms in, pour the concrete, and then typically wait, anywhere from 3 to 7 days until the concrete has gained enough strength to have vehicles drive on it. And generally, concrete requires less frequent maintenance. Things like crack sealing and joint repairs and replacing broken panels of concrete, occur usually later in the life of the concrete pavement and not up front. You want to go on to the next slide, please? The asphalt road surfaces are considered a flexible pavement. So, what that means is as the load is going across the road, it's not just the asphalt itself that's taking the load, but the aggregate base underneath it and the subgrade soils all have to be taken in consideration of that design. Generally, we find there's a shorter service life for an asphalt road versus concrete. Again, typically 15 to 20 years is that time frame. And again, it can be extended further with diligent regular maintenance and certain rehabilitation methods that can be done with an asphalt pavement. Some of those would be like you've seen projects where we milled off a thin layer of the asphalt and then repaved it with more asphalt. That just buys you, on the order of 5 to 10 years usually, and it's not a complete reconstruction. The initial costs for asphalt roads are generally lower than concrete, and the construction duration is shorter. Again, many times you can drive on the asphalt the same day, as long as it's cooled down enough and doesn't damage the tires of the vehicles driving on it. And with asphalt roads, there's usually more frequent maintenance. As cracks develop, again, because it's a flexible pavement and it's relying on the base and the subgrade, you have to be more frequently seal those cracks and not allow moisture to get into the subgrade and soften it, which causes, advances the deterioration of the asphalt road faster than if you didn't do that maintenance. Okay, Joe, were you going to go over this one, or?
I thought this was you, Jim.
Oh, okay. Well, also in the report, they provided this table, which is reproduced from there, just to give a kind of a, some average cost of the various types of pavement. You'll see there it's called out as 6-inch concrete with curb or 7-inch, and then also versus 2 types of asphalt thickness roads. What they ended up, in there, they were showing the design life and then the initial cost on a per foot basis. And then when you take that total cost divided by the expected life of the pavement, that's where the average cost for the maintenance comes into play. or I guess that's the average cost of the additional maintenance that's done over that lifetime of the pavement, which would add on to the initial cost when taking, when doing a life cycle analysis of pavement types. So within the report, after considering the report and the other items at hand, the committee recommends that unimproved streets be reconstructed with concrete, and that also understanding there may be circumstances or situations where certain roads may be desirable and beneficial to the city and the residents to construct them with asphalt, and that determination would be made at that future time by a thorough evaluation by the engineering department.
Okay, next we'll get into funding. And I'll turn it over to our finance director, Mark Gerber.
Good evening, commissioners. Tonight we're going to discuss the funding overview. Currently, there are three major types of funding available for unimproved streets. First is Act 51 funding from the state of Michigan. This is mostly fuel and weight taxes and vehicle registrations that are collected by the state and then redistributed to cities, counties, and villages and townships. There's property taxes. Currently, about 20% of the operating property tax levy that is budgeted is for road maintenance and improvements in the city. This 20% represents both funding for major and local streets. And then if there is a road which is improved or unimproved road that is concealed, there is generally a special assessment revenue that is collected from the property owners of the portion of the street that's affected by those property owners. Go ahead, Joe, with this one. So if we look at our 2020-2021 local street fund funding sources, you can see that large majority of the funding for the local streets is from the property taxes. And you can see the Act 51 represents a much smaller piece of it. And then you have the special assessments. This is pretty typical of the local street budget every year. And that's where we get most of the revenue to operate that fund. Go ahead, Joe. As Joe mentioned earlier, whenever we do unimproved road, we also do water and sewer. However, when we do water and sewer, that is not special assessed to the property owners on the street. Water and sewer improvements are considered system-wide improvements and therefore are paid by the utility users through water and sewer bills. And of course, if residents are given the opportunity to update the individual service lines, those are special assessed as well. Go ahead, Joe. When we look at the capital improvement planning, we are looking at improvements over the next 5 to 6 years with estimated costs. So that is given to us by the city engineer, and then we'll take that information. The finance department will take that information and plug it into our current budget structure and look at whether there are years where it would be better to move some of these projects, or if we can advance some of these projects a little bit earlier. And and if there's any those kind of inconsistencies, we'll discuss that with the engineering department to come to more of a consensus agreement on what the next projects would look like for the following years. Again, we're going to be looking at this at the long range planning meeting. That's our first attempt at plugging projects into a model, forecast model, and see where we're at before we get into more detail with our budget process. But this allows us, doing this process every year allows us to make changes based on priorities. For example, if a street wanted to advance their project earlier, we could certainly look into that and plug that into the model and make adjustments as necessary. So when we look at doing these 26 miles of roads, current cost is approximately $2.3 million to do 1 mile of the road, 1.1 million to replace the water main in that street, and 1.15 million to do the sewer line replacement. Now, in some of these on the sewer, it may be just the stormwater that we would have to do. In other places, it may be a combined sewer. In other places, it may be separate sanitary and stormwater. So that number is going to change quite a bit. But overall, average-wise, we're looking at a cost of approximately $4.55 million per mile of road. If you multiply that by the 26 total miles of unimproved roads we have, that gives us a cost of approximately $118 million at today's dollars. So the next question is, how do we pay for this? I mean, it's a significant dollar amount. Mr. Moore said earlier, this is the largest project that the city has undertaken, and how do we do this? So we did a couple of different models with our current funding structure and looking at, okay, can the water and sewer system handle doing a mile of road a year? And the answer to that was not really. Not when you consider there's other roads that have to be updated and water and sewer mains, lines that have to be repaired as well. So we looked at, okay, where's maybe some alternative ways we could raise funds. We looked at grants. There are no grants available for residential streets. We looked at a property tax millage, which we would not be able to do since the city is already levying at its maximum amount for operating levy. So that kind of left us with bonding as the really only viable alternative. So when we look at that, the city could issue debt for the road, water and sewer improvements. However, if the debt is for the roads, there would be concern whether this would be, if that bonding would be successful, since the debt would be paid by the property owners for people who have very specific, it's affecting the very specific people. Go ahead, Joe, with the next one. So the committee recommended that the city continue using the general fund to fund the road component of the improvements, with perhaps bonding providing the funding for water and sewer improvements. And those would be either paid for by utility rates, most likely, or possibly through a debt millage. Alternatively, water and sewer rates could be increased to generate the additional funding for water and sewer improvements. And, without going into a debt situation, but that would be something that would have to be considered in the future and how we would fund that particular piece of it. But the committee is recommending bonding for that.
Okay, so with that, we have the recommendations that are outlined in the report, which we'll walk through quickly, which is kind of a summary of the key areas that we've identified previously here. So effectively, the recommendations the committee is putting forward are to institute some revisions to the initiation process that will simplify the start of the process, increase awareness, and address the concerns with creating logical boundaries. Additionally, the committee agrees that the billing process should remain unchanged. And that's in terms of the allocations for the streets, given the historical impacts of what that has cost other residents that have already improved their streets, and trying to maintain some equity with that. Additionally, the committee conducted a thorough review of the surface types of road design options that will be discussed in the trade-off analysis section of the report that you have, and agree that concrete is the preferred surface material, but allowing for alternatives based on the determination of the engineering department, as we've discussed. Additionally, the committee recognizes an opportunity to revise the initiation process so that the city initiates the project based on a ranking system, and that eliminates the need for homeowners to initiate the project, which was the main concern for the committee with this process of having neighbors pitted against neighbor trying to get these streets improved. So the petition option will remain available to homeowners interested in pursuing their project for advancing it on the capital improvement schedule, but not needed to initiate the improvement itself. The engineering department will prioritize the projects based on the infrastructure ranking system, and the city will begin initiating road conversion projects based on the system and incorporate them into the 5-year capital improvement program. And then homeowners will still retain that ability to advance that if they so choose by using the petition process. The committee recommends the pay-as-you-go option to continue, and that is consistent with the existing practice. After much discussion, the committee agreed that pursuing a citywide funding mechanism would not receive the necessary support, given that the benefits of the road conversion would primarily benefit the homeowners on the road that receives the improvement, and the city may pursue bonding or other measures to cover the water and sewer elements. It was also agreed that to adopt the ranking system model to support the city's initiation process. Committee received advice from the city attorney and understands that the city code and the city charter both provide sufficient capacity to adopt the policy document and allow for the city to initiate the road improvement projects. And there's no need to make any amendments to either the city code or the city charter to implement this plan. This committee also recommends that the engineer will make the determination on the appropriate pavement material used in the road improvement project. That effectively addresses the committee's recommendations and their work, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Commissioner. You go ahead. Yeah. Sorry. Can you hear me now, Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes. I'd like to ask the city manager, how much creative financing did this committee look at? For example, on the bonding end, what precludes road bonds or for example, North Poppleton from taking out their own bond that would only be paid by the properties that were upgraded, etc. How have we eliminated the more creative financing aspect to what we're planning to do?
Well, the term more creative, I guess, needs probably some clarification. I know we did evaluate the various options that were available to us, and Mr. Gerber can elaborate on that as we go forward, having some discussion with bond counsel. And I'm not sure what you mean by creative solutions. To have a neighborhood take out a bond, that would still be the city that would have to bond for that area. So I'm not sure what you're referring to there. But Mark, do you have any additional insights you want to share on the funding options?
Sure. I mean, if you want to do a special assessment road bond, that is certainly something that is available to use. one of the considerations we thought about was, the interest rate at which that could be done. Since the city's never really done a special assessment bond millage before, that's certainly something we could do. There is a cost associated with doing those kind of bondings. So in terms of cost of doing that, we felt that it was probably better to use the general fund to continue to fund the road aspect of it and have the residents pay the special assessment for that.
So has this committee explored, in a sense, the notion of a revenue bond that would be specific to the area that was improved? And the reason I like that is it could have been much more than 10 years. And then the lien's off, the bond goes with the property. The notion is, that's what I meant by creative. Is that possible, Mr. Gerber?
It would not be a revenue bond per se, unless you're talking about doing water and sewer, the water and sewer piece of that. Where we generally do not want to do revenue bonds because they number one, have a higher interest rate, and second, require the city to put funds in escrow basically to assure that debt payments will be made on a timely basis. So generally, we've always have gone to the unlimited general obligation bonds to fund those kind of projects.
I'll have more questions. Go ahead.
Sorry, having technical difficulties. Commissioner Sherman, I don't know if you heard me. Unmute yourself and go ahead. Oh, somebody needs to unmute him. Here we go. I'm having the same difficulties, that's why.
There we go.
Okay, good.
Just addressing that last question even a little further. Anytime we issue bonds, there are costs that are associated with those bonds. So if you were to do whether it's a general obligation bond backed up by a special assessment district, which is what I think you're suggesting, Commissioner Host, there are costs associated with that. And if it's a general obligation bond, it requires a vote of the residents. When we looked at the information, we saw that more than half the people pay the road assessment up front. And another, what do we figure? Another half of that paid it off within a few years. So it's a very small amount that would be bonded over this period of time that you're talking about for the cost of issuing those bonds, which would raise the cost of the project considerably. So it is something that the committee looked at, but decided that that was not a good way to go.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Sherman. Well said. Commissioner Baller.
Yes, I would like to thank the members of this committee, and I'm going to name them again. Scott Moore, Pierre Boutros, Jason Emron, Michael Fenberg, Katie Schaefer, Stuart Sherman, and Janelle Whipple-Boyce. Thank you so much for what you've done here. I know it's been a very long road, and this was a very thorough report and a very thorough presentation tonight. And I thank you, and I think I speak for the rest of the commission and members of the public in thanking you for this important work. And as the chairman, Scott Moore, said, if we embark on this, it is going to be the largest infrastructure improvement in the history of the city. What I would like to talk about is not questions about the report, and I have plenty of them. but it's 10:48 p.m. and I'm tired. And I don't think it's appropriate to get into a long drawn out discussion of the particulars here. But what I would like to talk about is how we do move forward on this. And I'm sorry to say that I can't agree with the suggested resolution that we accept the report and instruct the administration to move full speed ahead on it. Not tonight, not at 10:45, after two very long discussions of the cemetery and listening to this very interesting report. So how do we move forward? And I don't have any firm ideas. I could throw out a couple of possibilities, like many of the things that we're faced with that we've been talking about tonight and at other times. We have a new city manager coming on, and I'm very interested in knowing what he thinks of this and how he would approach it. And I think we certainly need to have his input on what's going on here. The amount of time that we've spent on this so far and even here tonight would warrant, to me, a workshop of sorts, possibly a joint meeting with the committee, where the city commission and the entire committee can engage to answer maybe some questions that had been posed and prepared in advance, so that there's some structure to a meeting like that, where everybody can be prepared and we can plow through what is sure to be a voluminous number of questions and concerns. I seriously doubt there's a significant number of members of the public. There's only 27 participants in this call tonight. Usually there's about 20 of us who are official members or more. I honestly don't see any other than David Bloom. I could be missing a couple of people, and I'm sorry if I'm missing you and you're a member of the public, but there may be a handful. So that's what I would like to discuss and dispense with and move on to the rest of our agenda tonight. It's a terrific, again, terrific presentation, terrific report, eager, just like many residents of Birmingham, to see these streets improved. But I'm sorry that I can't support, full steam ahead tonight. So I'd be interested in hearing what my colleagues on the commission think about a rational process for moving this forward from tonight.
Commissioner Hoff?
I also want to recognize the work of the committee. I think that this is the kind of report and the amount of time that was taken and the in-depth study that Birmingham city government has usually done. And I think this is outstanding. So thank you to the people who were involved. In my thinking, this would have to come, in order to initiate it, in order to get started, it would probably be at a long-range planning meeting so that some plans could be put in place moving forward. So I'd like to know, is that correct? Is that when this resolution to accept this final report, is the next step then to bring it to the long-range planning so the commission can discuss moving forward on it?
Joe, go ahead, Joe.
Yes, thank you. Yes, in fact, this is one of the topics that would be on your long-range planning agenda, because this is one of the long-range planning projects for the city. The proposition here is that this is probably a 30 to 40-year plan to get this implemented, just given the funding obligations that you have to do this project. So clearly, this is a long-range venture for the city, and this would be one of the topics that would probably be on your long-range planning agenda for years to come.
So may I continue?
Yeah, the answer is yes. Go ahead, Commissioner Hall.
Thank you. So then in order for it to be on the long-range planning agenda, which long-range planning meeting is scheduled the end of January, I think, then does the commission have to accept this report and direct administration to begin implementation of the report? Is that the order that we would proceed?
It can be. Depends on what the desire of the commission is. If you want to discuss it further, it would be a discussion topic of how to proceed, or it could be a process of how to implement. It depends on what direction the commission wants to go. I think from the committee's perspective, they've completed the tasks that they were assigned to do. They've laid forward a set of recommendations that are able to be implemented if that's how the commission wants to proceed. If you decide that you want to have further discussion on it, certainly you could do that.
You're welcome, Commissioner Hall. Commissioner Nikita.
Yeah, I also echo the comments about the support of the committee and their hard work here. I think it's an exceptional job, a long, tedious amount of work, and a big ask from the commission standpoint. And I think the committee stepped up nicely. So very appreciative of that. In my mind, we need to, this is simply an acceptance of the report. It doesn't lock us into doing anything specifically. I think that the recommendation or the resolution here is to accept the report and to approve moving forward on some level of implementation. That can go wherever we direct it or wherever we think is next. I don't see how not accepting it is going to really get us to the next level. So my thought is we accept it, direct the implementation of it, which will lead to likely any number of the directions that I think that we spoke about. Talking about it in the long range planning meeting, having City Manager Marcus give us insight in his thoughts on the next steps. This is a long-term plan. There's a lot to do. By accepting this, it doesn't mean that we're locked into doing anything. We're just simply saying we accept it and we need to move it forward. So the only thing I say in this resolution is that it specifies a report to begin implementation of the report in future capital improvement programs. I guess my thought on that is it's a bit specific. So why not have a resolution that simply accepts it and moves it to begin implementation, and then allow the city manager to set that up for discussion in the long range planning. So with that, I'm going to make a motion for the resolution to accept the ad hoc unapproved street committee final report, approve the recommendations, and direct the administration to begin implementation, and just leave it at that.
Okay. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Second by Commissioner Hoff. Comment on the motion, Mayor Pro Tem Lund.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Boutros. I also want to thank the committee for all of their enormous amount of work that they put into this report. But I have a concern about accepting the recommendations. I guess I'm looking for some more clarity about the recommendation about the city initiating the process to determine, currently the process is the neighbors circulated a petition and you get at least 51% approval. It's not clear to me, and perhaps not clear to many of the residents, that the city beginning the initiation process, does that mean that the city can dictate that they're going to improve a street if the majority of the residents on that street are not interested in that improvement? Because I think from the conversations I've had in the community, people think that the city is just going to undertake the process of going door to door to try to get 51% approval. So I'd like some clarity on that point. And I'm a little concerned about, like I said, moving forward. Accepting the report is one thing, but moving forward on recommendations without an opportunity to have discussion at the commission level with more community members than we have here today. And the fact that once we accept the report, this committee, I believe by the way we work, is in essence disbanded because their work is completed, and I'm not sure we want to do that yet because we might still like to talk to them.
Mayor Pro Tem Long, I can answer that, your question, the first question for you. As I sat on that committee for 2.5 years. And I'll tell you how important it is. That first aspect is to take the petition away from the neighbors. And I'm a big advocate of that myself personally, and many other members that sat with me on that committee. We really want to avoid pitting a neighbor against a neighbor. And you were present during that last street that came in front of us with the asphalt. And this is really disturbing when you as a resident has to knock on each neighbor to ask for support or not. And that would pretty much pit you against your neighbor and create very uncomfortable situation between you and your neighbor. So we figured as a committee, the best way to do this is to for the city staff to acknowledge and prioritize what street need to be done based on age and many other factors as stated earlier in the report. And that does not mean that we're taking away your rights. You still can come to City Hall. Even the city had initiated the petition that your street will be next. You still have the right to come in and petition that. So I don't know if that answered your question.
No, not exactly. Thank you. My question is could the city instigate and direct that a street would be improved when the residents on the street were not interested in doing that?
I'll defer that to our city attorney. Mr. Courier, can you answer that?
Yes, I can. Our ordinances allow for the city to initiate special assessments, but we've never done so. We've always wanted to be citizens initiated, and therefore, though the authority exists, we've never done it.
So my concern remains that I'm not sure that this distinction is understood enough by the majority of the residents who might be interested in commenting on that.
If I may suggest, Mr. Mayor, one of the things you can do with a report of this nature is to move to accept and file and schedule for further discussion as opposed to accept the recommendations. So there's no misinterpretation that you just received the report, you filed it, and you're going to have further discussions on it.
Okay. Commissioner Baller, go ahead. I'll give you the floor.
Yeah, that's not what the resolution says, though. The resolution says that we not only accept the report, but we approve its recommendations. So that, I think, is what Mayor Pro Tem is concerned about. That's what I'm concerned about. I am not ready tonight at 11:01 after virtually no questioning and no discussion by this commission to approve the recommendations of this report. It may turn out that we agree with all of them, but I'm sorry, it's not. You want to talk about responsible governance? There's been 2 or 3 questions asked, and we're gonna vote to approve the recommendations and begin implementation of the report. I'm sorry. If we can, we put off other things for much longer than this. So yeah. And to deprive the new city manager of an opportunity for input, I think is not responsible either. So I don't know why I feel as there shouldn't be disagreement about proceeding with due care and on something like this. We've talked about accepting reports in the past, not approving them. We do that all the time. We say, we're going to just accept this. We're not going to approve it. But you're talking about approving this. Let's be clear on the difference.
Commissioner Nikita.
Well, I made the motion, and the intention of what I think the motion's intention is to accept the report and to start moving it forward. So if we're going to get caught up in the details of what that means, then I think the bottom line is what I just said, and I think what was said by a number of commissioners is that we're going to move this forward for further discussion in our long range planning and with the incorporation of the new city manager and the particulars of what we're going to do to move it forward or to implement it. But so that's clear to me. I think we're sort of saying the same thing. But if we're going to get caught up in the details of terminology, I'll be happy to leave it at resolution to accept the report and move that forward for further discussion. In my mind, it's the same thing. But if we're going to get caught up in terminology, then I'll be happy to do that, and we can just accept it, move it forward, pull it together in the long-range planning, have the city manager speak to us in a future meeting about particulars of how we're going to implement it, ask whatever additional questions need to be done for clarification. I don't think that we have to have a problem with the committee not being there. I think we can engage them as needed. So I can revise that if that's the case, and I'll be happy to do that.
Can you, Commissioner Nikita, I like your suggestion myself, but can you clarify what, if you had to make a motion, what would be your motion?
Okay, I'll revise the motion to just simply say the resolution to accept the ad hoc unimproved street committee final report.
And would you like to add and to this for further discussion with the planning board or not? Just right there.
Just leave it at that and let the long range planning take us to the next level. So if we just leave it accepting, it'll obviously be on the long range planning. I guess if I revise the motion, we need the seconder to agree with that.
Yes, so the amended motion by Commissioner Nikita is just the first sentence of the resolution, the first line actually, to accept the ad hoc unapproved street committee final report.
I was
And-
the seconder.
And
So
say that again, Commissioner Hoff, I'm sorry.
I was the seconder, so you don't get a different seconder.
Yes, and seconded by Commissioner Hoff. All right, we have a motion seconded by Commissioner Hoff and a comment on the amended motion. Commissioner Baller.
Are we dismissing the committee or are we keeping the committee intact? Because Commissioner Nikita suggested that we could call on them. They may not want to be called on. They may want to be called on, may not want to be called on. I don't think we can leave that loosey-goosey. We have to either keep the committee for a certain period of time or dismiss them. I see the chairman of the committee reacting in some way. I'm seeing his body language.
Yeah, I would give you the floor, Mr. Moore, on the public comment on the motion. Definitely, I saw your hand. Just the protocol of doing city business. Any comment on the motion by the commissioners? Okay, Mr. Kachurk, would you want to say something? Oh, okay. Mr. Moore, the floor is yours. We'll unmute you in 1 second. If you'd like to comment on the motion, give it a second, Mr. Moore.
Okay, yes, going back to 1995, we had a similar discussion on the 2016 plan. And we know what kind of success that has had. And we voted that night just to accept that report, to accept the 2016 plan, and we agreed to it in principle. We agreed to the fact that we needed to do something, and we agreed to some of the ideas. But no, I think that we sort of put a positive spin on it, saying we accept it. We don't know really where this is all going to go right now, but we do agree to it in principle. And it was then that we started the process with long-range planning and specific projects going out five years. Similarly, Treese, to your to your concern, yes, you got to remember this is health, safety, and welfare, and part of the ranking system is not only going to be the shape of the road, the condition of the road and the subsurfaces, but also the water and sewer. And when a street gets their ranking and they find out exactly what's going on underneath their street, they might be absolutely appalled. And in terms of the amount of water that's being just leaked into the ground, forget sewage and the like, but oftentimes these roads aren't going to be planned out for 4 or 5 years. And they're not going to be said, well, we're going to start, this is January, we're going to start in June and get ready. That's not going to be the norm. So yes, but a street can say, no, we don't want anything. We're Amish, we don't want change. Fine. Your street then, we felt, though it was never finally determined, that a street, I'm sure a city commission or would recommend to say they're off the listing, they go to the back of the line. We have 26 miles. We have to keep moving. And so the idea was, fine, if you're out 3 or 4 years and you still don't want it, fine. But don't think that you can come back next year and say, put us back on. No, make a decision. That's it. But the idea here was to take this tensions, all these tensions. Literally, this committee lived with every tension, whether it be financing or otherwise. Creative? Yes, we did, Brad. We got very creative with financing. And we found out that oftentimes state law didn't allow us to do certain things. We wanted to open up more in the way of concrete and asphalt. We wanted to keep it not cost neutral, so there would be no advantage over the other. But we found out through state law that we couldn't do those kind of assessments. So we really did dive into these kind of tensions and these kind of thoughts. But so I think that Commissioner Baller is on, right, and certainly with Mark. You can accept the report. You can actually agree to the principle of it, and then start moving forward. And I would agree that Marcus is going to have to read this report, understand the report. He's certainly familiar with the problem and our history with this. And I think that he would certainly have some ideas in terms of implementation going forward. You got to remember that just to get moving on this, you have to have a ranking system. You have to have a lot of in-house structure put together. And that could even almost take a year or 2 years just to get started. Am I correct, Joe? I mean, you know, the kind of things that the city would have to do to get up to speed, just to begin, just to put a shovel in the ground.
You're absolutely correct, Mr. Moore. A resolution will take us a whole night. I think paving
But
a
those
street.
answer those questions, but yes, go ahead. I think you're in the right track.
All right. We have 3 hands, but Ms. Janelle Boyce, go ahead. We'll unmute you in 1 second.
Thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you for all your time, Ms. Boyce, but go ahead with your comment.
You know, I just wanted to say that tonight, to me, was the night that this would be moved forward. I would argue that you might not have as much public here because we spent 2.5 years in open meetings answering questions and revising our document and our plan to help people understand, taking advice from people, suggestions, recommendations, exploring things that we maybe didn't originally think of the first few months. We did an incredibly thorough job. I think the public might not be here as much as you would like because these questions have been answered. And you know, I had hoped, I've been here for 4 hours, hoping that we would get a few questions from the commission, be able to answer them, and help to move this along to an implementation place and further discussion at the long range planning. And I think, and I hope it might still happen tonight, but the idea that we should step back and get together and have more meetings and more people and other, groups, we've done that work. I assure you, we've done that work. We've invited everyone to be part of this. This has been probably the most thorough, aside from our current master plan, the most thorough committee as far as research in meetings and in public meetings that I've ever been on. So to say that we should go back and do that some more is surprising to me. And I really do hope that it will move ahead tonight, and then we can start to discuss, how we might go about the implementation piece of this in January at our long range plan. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, Ms. Boyce. Mr. Carmona, Matthew? All right.
Hi, thanks. First, I'm a resident, been a resident of Birmingham for about 12 years, live on an unimproved street that is actually not bad, but I'd first like to thank the committee for their work. That's much appreciated. I'd also like to thank Mayor Pro Tem Long for raising the question, because that was the exact same question I had initially, whether or not the city could essentially come in and force it, and that appears to be the case. I think the wording in the report is a little not quite clear, but I think that the city's attorney confirmed that, essentially the city would rank this, and the city comes in and dictates, regardless of whether 70% of the people on the street would prefer to keep it the same. And there's plenty of legitimate reasons for that. So I'd like to also thank Commissioner Baylor, because I think that is the right way to move in terms of accepting it. Mr. Moore, all due respect, your comment contradicted the city attorney's comment in saying that you stated people could opt out, and I don't think that's the case. So in any event, those are my key things. I think it is important on my street, for example, I did a brief measurement, and there's no way you could do the standard 26 foot or 27 foot on that without taking out trees on both sides. And that really makes my neighborhood and my street. And that was the first thing that we noticed when we came here. So I know it's a lot of work. I know I've been on committees and I sort of hate the person that comes in the last minute. But I do think that, I think for residents who maybe don't clearly understand what this means and how it's not just a change of the initiation process, but a change of the entire process, it would be helpful for that message to get out. And I think I did see there was flexibility in the plan, which I appreciated. I did review it. But I think for certain people, knowing that the residents might have a little more say what happens on their specific street when the time comes, may be reassuring. And those are my comments. And I thank you for recognizing me in the time.
Thank you, Mr. Carmona. I have an iPhone hand raised, but I don't have a name. I'm not sure if you know yourself with an iPhone with a raised hand. Could you please state your name?
Yes, Mayor. It's Rob Lavoie, 555 Lakeview Avenue.
How you doing, Mr. Lavoie? Go ahead.
Good. Okay. I know it's getting late. I only have one comment with respect to the recommendations in the report. It obviously was a very thorough report, and I would give Scott a great deal of credit for leading the group and putting this report together. My only concern is the committee's recommendation with respect to the surface type, and there's language in the recommendation that whether you go with concrete and asphalt, that it needs to be cost neutral and based on the determination of the engineering department. I believe that there should be the opportunity for the residents of the street, because they're paying 85% of the cost of the pavement, that they should have some input provided in this committee's recommendation, so that if they're have a strong desire to have concrete over asphalt or asphalt over concrete, that the engineering department would take that into consideration. As you know, in the case of Lakeview Street, we had 39 residents on the street, and 38 of the 39 wanted asphalt. And I'm concerned that with the way this is worded, that when you use the term cost neutral, well, everybody knows, and we just heard your consultant report, that the cost of concrete is more than asphalt. So you're not going to have a cost neutral situation unless I'm missing something here. So I think there needs to be some consideration for the residents to have some input into the surface type that's selected. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lavoy. And I have one more hand raised, public comment on the motion, please. We have Mr. David Bloom. Go ahead.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I want to thank the committee for all of its work. I also want to thank Commissioner Baller for directing the motion to where I believe it should be directed. We spent an hour, maybe an hour and a half or more, I wasn't timing it, talking about the cemetery. And we've talked a lot about the cemetery in the past. You could fall asleep in those discussions if it wasn't something that you were really interested in. And so to accept a report and then say, oh, let's move forward with it with very little discussion, with very little public input and a public hearing, and I'm not talking about the committee meetings, for the most expensive infrastructure project that the city has ever undertaken at $118 million or whatever it is, would seem to be a very bad move. I'm okay with accepting it, that the committee worked very hard on this. I would not go as far as Mr. Moore did with saying that accepting the report means that you're putting a positive spin on it and you believe that that's what should be enacted. I think you accept the report, that the commission did the committee did a nice job, and we move forward. Mr. Carmona made like a really insightful comment when he talked about the trees. I live on Stanley. We redid Stanley. It was widened a little bit. And we were, Dennis Denbeck, who is a highly respected city engineer and one of the best city engineers that we've had, said we weren't going to lose any trees. And we lost a hell of a lot of trees on Stanley, and you can still see the results of it if you drive down the street. So there are consequences for this. Also, I believe that this is an extremely long plan. It's 21 years. I come from a purchasing background. One of the things that we do in purchasing is we bid out larger contracts. I don't know if the committee looked at this or not, but I think that we should definitely look at bidding out larger projects in order to try and get better prices, which would help our residents and help the city. The downside for doing that is that you need to, in doing the project quicker, is you need to front more money more quickly. You need more money for sewers, you need more money for roads, and then you've got to go the bond route. And then I would separate the bonds for the sewers with bonds for the special assessments and have those special assessed. But I think there's some good thoughts in here. There's been a lot of discussion. I'd like to see this done quicker. I'd like to see it done more inexpensively if we can bid this out in larger chunks. I would bet that we would get, if you said we're going to do this in 5, 6, 7 mile chunks, that you would find more contractors willing to devote their whole summer to a project that they know they're going to be working all summer on. So I think that that's something that should definitely be explored, but it requires engagement, and it requires more discussion to see what we can do. But I certainly wouldn't approve this and accept it and say, yeah, we're going to move forward. And Mr. Marcus is an expert and an advocate for infrastructure. So I would certainly want him to be able to look at this and have a say on it when he joins our team in Birmingham. Thanks for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Bloom, for your comment. All right. No further public comment. We have a motion and seconded. I'd like to call the roll, please. Alex, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes. All right, thank you. With that, we go to our second item under new business. Item B, we have a resolution to amend the schedule of fees, charges, bonds, and insurance in the following sections as stated in the report of Engineering and Fire Department. Is that Mr. Gerber? Oh, Miss Alex Bingham, floor is yours.
So the city clerk's office compiles the fee schedule every year. So just following the format of previous years and getting input from the departments. The only changes were made for the fire department and the engineering department.
Okay. That was a long report. Thank you, Alex. I like that. With that, any questions from the commissioners to Alex? Seeing none. Any question to Alex from the public? None. I'd like to entertain a motion, hopefully. Commissioner Host?
I would love to make a motion to approve the expenditure of funds not to exceed $56,500 to award an additional 8 hours of personal leave for full-time employees and 4 hours additional.
Commissioner Host, you're reading the next item, item B.
I'm sorry.
You go ahead. You'd like to make a motion on that?
I would like to make a motion, but certainly on C.
But we're not there yet.
I'll make an motion on amend the fee, schedule of fees, charges, bonds, and insurance in the following sections as stated in this report, Engineering and Fire Department.
All right, now we're on the right track. No problem. Any second on this resolution?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Baller. Any comment on the motion by the commission? See none. By the public? See none. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mr. Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff,
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes, thank you. With that, we move to item C under new business resolution to approve the expenditure of funds in a not to exceed amount of $56,500 to award additional 8 additional hours of personal leave for full-time employees and 4 additional hours of personal leave for benefits eligible part-time employees effective January 1st, 2021. Commissioner, who would like to jump on that? Commissioner Hoff, so moved. Thank you. Second by Commissioner Baller. That's awesome. Any comment on the motion? Well deserved, I would say. Any comment on the motion by the public? None? Alex, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Host,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff,
Commissioner Hoff?
Commissioner Hoff,
I said yes.
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes, thank you. If there's any energy left with the commission, would you like to put up any discussion items from prior meeting? We have none, I think.
Yes.
Or any item for future discussion?
For future discussion.
Yes, that's item F, the one after it. Commission items for future discussion. Do we have any? Commissioner Ball, go ahead.
Yes, I would like to discuss the part, I'm sorry, it's late. The parking assessment district, what I suggested earlier. I would like us to formally ask the administration to come back with a report on the parking assessment district, what that's all about, the legal framework for it, how we determine how much people pay into it, what we can do with it, whether we can special assess for whatever. I think it's pretty clear to the administration what I'm looking for and what we need. I don't want to tie it to the Pearl, and I don't want to get into a discussion of it tonight. I would just make a motion, if that's what's required, that the administration get working on something that can educate the commission and the community and the administration itself on with the notion that we might make some changes there too. So I don't know if that's a motion you can discern, Ms. Bingham.
Bring it back to the next meeting so you can discuss it at the next.
Commissioner Baller is procedurally agreed by all of us. The motion, all we have to do is whether we bring it for next time to discuss it further. That's all we have to make. If commissioners should pursue a further discussion on the parking assessment district, literally, that's all we have to do. And if there's no objection, you don't even need a motion. But is there any objection on a further on a bring discussion for parking assessment district in the next meeting?
Motion required.
Oh, motion required. So go ahead, make the motion. You're right. Commissioner Baller, did
So moved. So
Okay.
moved, as you stated, Mayor.
any second by Mayor Pro Tem? Any comment on the motion? None by the public? None. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Baller,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff. Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes, awesome. With that, we go to item removed from consent agenda. We have none. Communication, reports, commissioner reports, commissioner comments. None. Advisory board, do you have a comment, Commissioner Baller?
I'm sorry, are we skipping the ad hoc joint senior services update?
I haven't gotten there yet.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Commissioner comments, and then advisory boards, committees, commission reports and agendas, legislation, city staff, ad hoc joint senior service update. Do we have a question about it, Commissioner Baller?
Is it going to be presented, or should I just go ahead with my questions? I have
Go
two,
with your question. I don't know.
yeah, I have two questions in Manager Valentine's report. The one, the penultimate paragraph says that the following communities will now be presenting the agreement to their governing bodies in January of 2021, but he doesn't say which ones.
Okay.
And then in the city attorney's report, it indicates that the agreement has to be reviewed by all of the councils for each of the municipalities, and I'm just wondering where, he doesn't say where it stands in that process of coming up with an agreeable agreement. So,
Okay.
so those are my two questions.
Awesome. I'll let Mr. Valentine elaborate on whatever he, and if we need an attorney, we'll have him. Go ahead, Mr.
Yeah, no, good questions. I think there's an omission of a couple sentences there, but the communities that are going to be reviewing this prior to Birmingham are Beverly Hills, which are anticipating their first meeting in January, and then Franklin, the village of Franklin, will be reviewing it sometime in January. For the reasons stated in the report, they have not moved on it at this point, but we expect that to occur in the month of January, and then we'll be informed of the status of their review, if they have questions, edits, or if they approve it. And then once we have that information, that'll come back to this board so that you have the ability to review that and or approve it if you so choose.
Thank you, Mr. Valentine. Commissioner Hoff, go ahead, please.
Well, in this agreement, it lists the contribution that each community pays in, is that going to be changed at all? Or is that what they're paying now? Or what is that an indication of?
Go ahead, Joe.
That's an indication of the current rates that are being paid.
So if there's any change or desire to change, how is that done? I
You would
mean,
have to amend the agreement.
so when if they look at this and they sign it, this is what they're agreeing to.
Which is what they already are agreeing to. This is what they're already paying.
These
So
are-
all this agreement does is just formalize the relationship that already exists, as opposed to having just a understanding that it comes up every year. The interlocal agreement puts a framework as to how the process is going to happen going forward. So again, it just formalizes what already exists. This is not eliminating Next. This is not doing anything different other than giving the communities an agreement, just like the cable board, giving them an agreement by which they operate jointly under. And then going forward, if changes are recommended, those would be subsequent amendments to this agreement that would be adopted by all the respective bodies.
Question.
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner
Are
Ballard.
the percentages based on population percentages of the total? Okay.
That is correct.
Not, and there's no demographic factors to take into account. Let's say, just for example, that Beverly Hills had way more people under 40, and we had way more elderly.
No, it is not.
Weighted at all. Okay.
Okay. With that. I guess, Mr. Valentine, again, it's very hard to say meeting adjourned with the last time we see you with us. You'll be missed. We wish you best of luck in your new endeavor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Meeting adjourned.
Great job, Joe. Thank you.
Farewell, Joe.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Joe.
Yeah.